Good morning and welcome to the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing for May 19th, 2015. I would appreciate the spirit of cooperation as we go forward to make sure everybody could hear and everyone has an opportunity to participate today. I'm not sure where we are in terms of Fire Marshal, but I'm sure if he shows up, we'll all be attentive and appreciative of his direction. Before we call the meeting to order, we'd like to present the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance to our country's flag, which is quite meaningful this particular weekend as we go into appreciation of the military and the police officers who stand to protect us each day without pause and without concern for their own safety, but for our own interest to be able to assemble today as we have. The invocation will be given by Father Paul Rainville from St. Thomas, the Apostle Catholic Church in Smyrna. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Kevin Mowry. For those that wish to do so, please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Let us begin by taking a moment of silence. O Lord our God, we thank and praise you for your many gifts. We thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of our country, for the gift of the many generous people who have given and continue to give of themselves for the good of our society, for the good of our communities. We thank and praise you for all those who have served our country so well. We thank and praise you as we remember them and ask your blessings upon them. We thank and praise you for those you have called to serve our community. We ask that you send upon them gifts of knowledge, wisdom, understanding, that through their deliberations they may make wise decisions for the good of our community. O Lord our God, we ask that you grant us these gifts. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you being here today and part of our meeting. Now I'd like to officially call the May 19th, 2015 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing to order. As most of you may be aware, we have several different types of cases that we'll be hearing today. The first is consent, the second are pending cases, the third are continued cases, and they'll be followed by regular business or regular cases and then other business. It's my intent that we go through the consent agenda, the pending case of Z20, the continued case of Z27, and then as we go into the regular case, it is my intent to take Z42 first, as I assume that the majority of the folks that are here for that case. And I'd like to be respectful of your time and commitment to this process by taking that up first and moving forward. So with that, John, if you would move forward with our process, procedures, and guidelines and call the consent cases, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, the applicant is requested to stand and signify that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call for any opposition to signify that they are here also, so they can be counted for the official zoning record. After the counting of the opposition, the applicant and any opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the Board of Commissioners. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. Each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There is not a rebuttal process, so convey all your information to the Board of Commissioners within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if more than one person wishes to speak on an issue, you might want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then, after both sides have had their 10-minute presentation period, the Board of Commissioners will start to discuss the matter at hand. From the discussion, they may request one or more of the speakers to come back to the front for additional information. After that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. Mr. Chairman and Board, there are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been continued and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z86 of 2014, 01 LLC. That case was continued by staff and will not be heard until the June zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z17, E-Rock Development LLC. That case was held by the Planning Commission and will not be heard by the Board of Commissioners until the June zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z28, Jose Valencia. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard in the June zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z33, John Hillis. That case was continued by the staff and will not be heard today. That will be heard in the June zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z36, Herlinda M. Botello. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard in the June zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z44, 621 Property Investments, LLC. That case was continued by the staff and will not be heard until the June zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z47, Robert Neal Castleberry. That case was continued by the staff and will not be heard until the June zoning cycle. And lastly, LUP 15, Lost Mountain Dog Training, LLC. That case was continued by the Planning Commission and will not be heard today. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn it off. They do interfere with the broadcast and presentations. So if you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode. Mr. Chairman, there was a request for an early head count for Z42. Do you want to hear that now, or do you want to?
Nope. Let's go
Okay, thank
on.
And-
As we're going to take that as the third case,
Yes, sir.
we'll go through.
Okay, rezoning case, with that, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Board of Commissioners, zoning hearing consent agenda for May 19, 2015. Rezoning case Z29, Province Homes LLC requests a rezoning from R20 and R30 to R20 for the purpose of a single-family subdivision in land lots 293 and 316 of the 20th District. The subject property is located on the north side of Bob Cox Road, east of Lake Somerset Drive, and at the eastern terminus of Sutcliffe Ridge. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the R20 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan to be approved by the Board of Commissioners with the District Commissioner to approve minor modifications. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. John H. Moore dated April 29, 2015, with the following changes. To item number 29, subset D, add to the end, to be maintained by the HOA unless directed otherwise by Cobb DOT. Minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z29? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z40, 7 Star Ventures LLC, requests rezoning from GC to UVC for the purpose of a mixed-use development consisting of office, retail, and residential in land lot 94 of the 20th District. The subject property is located at the southwest intersection of George Busby Parkway and Frey Road and on the northeasterly side of I-75. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the UVC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Final site plan to be approved by the Board of Commissioners, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated April 9th, 2015. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z40? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z41, The Kroger Company requests rezoning from PSC to RRC for the purpose of a grocery store and fuel center and land lots 912, 913, 948, and 949 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Cobb Parkway, west of Acres Mill Road, and on the north side of Cumberland Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the RRC zoning category, subject to the site plan received by the zoning division on March 31st, 2015. Building elevation and sign renderings received by the zoning division on March 5th, 2015, with the district commissioner approving the final plans. Fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, and the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. Additionally, Board of Commissioners, there was a letter received by Mr. Garva Sams dated May 13th, 2015. With the board's permission, we're going to add that to the consent.
No, you said May 13th. I showed it's April 13th, right? Isn't it April?
It's May 13th, Mr. Sams?
The one that's in our packet.
It's May 13th.
May 13th? Okay, because I think the one that's in our packet said April. So we're going to, the May 13th letter?
Yeah, May 13th.
Okay.
Does clerk have a copy of that?
All right.
May. Okay.
Okay, yeah, there it is. All right.
Okay, the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z41? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z43, Mohammed Osman requests rezoning from CF to GC for the purpose of a retail business in land lot 1155 of the 19th District. The property is located on the western side of Osdale Road, south of Clay Road, north of Dobie Lane. The Planning Commission recommends a deletion to the LRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received on March 30th, 2015, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. William L. Coven, dated March 27, 2015. Landscape plan incorporating a 20-foot screening buffer as well as privacy fencing along the rear property line to be reviewed by the county arborist and approved by the District Commissioner. Uses limited to limited retail uses, non-automotive repair service establishments, or professional offices. Parking plan to be submitted to the zoning division manager for approval. All parking to be paved and striped per approved parking plan. All existing paving to be repaved or removed. Fire department comments and recommendations. Water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant's representative is present.
Okay,
Is there
John,
anyone
hold on,
here?
before we go back, let's go back to 41, Z41 for a moment.
All right,
Commissioner Odd has
John,
comment.
and Garbus, you're going to probably have to come up. The May 13th letter is in addition to the April 13th letter. The April 13th letter is full of stipulations and conditions. The May 13th letter simply tweaks the site plan. And the Planning Commission inadvertently did not reference the April 13th letter.
Well, that's because it was in after the planning commission meeting.
Okay.
They're in negotiations with Sears, lease negotiations, and we've added 2,300 square feet to the
Right,
footprint.
okay, but you're still good with, we need to reference the April 13th letter.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
All the
okay.
stipulations remain the same, just the,
Well, I know, but the April 13th letter is not referenced in the PC minutes or with us.
oh, I see.
That's what okay.
Okay.
So both letters, April 13th and the May 13th letter,
Okay.
okay?
May,
No, there's
May
a May
13th.
13th letter, and then there's an April 13th letter also.
good enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Are we clear?
thanks.
Clear.
Are we clear, clerks? Hang on, I got this. I'm gonna find out a minute. Have you got both letters, the April 13th and the May 13th letters?
It's
Okay.
Z40. Yeah, Z41, excuse me. Z41.
So just be clear, Lori, on Z41, we have an April 13th letter and an and a May 14th letter. Oh, I got it screwed up. April 13th and May 13th. There's two letters. Both have got to be part of the record. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to Z45.
Thank you. Glad I could add to the confusion.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Was there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z43?
Excuse me, Chairman, I have some changes
Yes,
I'd like
ma'am.
to
I'm sorry.
propose for Z43.
Oh, we
It's
jumped all
okay.
over you, didn't we?
It's all
Sorry
right.
about that.
It's not the first time.
So let's go back. Let's finish up Z43. Commissioner Cupid.
Thank you, I appreciate that. For Z43, I have a couple of changes to text I would like to enter. The Planning Commission minutes from May 5th in the second bullet,
It states letter of agreeable from Mr. William L. Colvin. It should be letter of agreeable conditions. And then I'd actually like to go to the letter and modify one statement in there. There's a letter dated March 27th from Mr. Colvin to Terry Martin of staff. In the third paragraph, the first clause states, "Further, please be advised that my client does not and will maintain a retail business for any of the following." It should actually state, "My client does not and will not maintain a business for any of the following," just to take out any ambiguity in that sentence. And that's my only change.
Perfect, thank you. John?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z45, MCRE, Magnolia Estates LP. Request rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of an eating and drinking establishment in land lot 1214 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road, north of Perkinson Mill Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on March 6, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Matthew J. Vivian dated May 1st, 2015. Allowance of variances as stated in the zoning comments. Restaurant use only. District commissioner to approve the proposed building rendering and sign elevations before work has begun. Water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Fire department comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z45? Let the zoning record show there's no one opposed.
Commissioner Cube?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Would like to modify the fifth bullet so that it provides that district commissioner is to approve proposed building rendering color and sign elevations before work has begun. So we're adding the word color in there. Also, in communication with the attorney, and I don't see him here. Are you, is the
He is back
representative here?
there.
Okay, good to see you. To add in text that landscaping is to include a shrub of 4 feet to 6 feet in height to fill in the gap next to the residential buffer.
Is there, can you give us the north, the east, south, and west side?
North, south, west buffer.
Okay. It just, you'd be surprised how many times that comes up.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant is here, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're okay with that?
Morning, Matt Vivian with the Galloway Law Group. We had discussed the 4 to 6 foot shrubbery on the north
Is that the north
boundary
side?
adjacent to the front parking area.
Yes,
So just wanted to clarify, you had mentioned west,
okay,
Just a
so it
moment
should be
ago.
north.
and just along the front parking area between that and the adjacent business?
Yes, it's the adjacent office.
Okay,
Yep,
Great, thank you.
thank you.
thanks.
And that's why I do this.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Great.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. What we did was we delineated the actual side we're talking about is the north side.
North side, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, moving on to rezoning case Z46. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, Inc. Request rezoning from GC with stipulations to GC for the purpose of expanding an existing medical clinic in land lots 503 and 506 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Big Shanty Road, east of I-75, west of George Busby Parkway. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the GC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan submitted by the zoning division on March 31st, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z46? Let the record show no one opposed. Rezoning case Z48, Greer's Chapel Baptist Church, request rezoning from R20 to O&I for the purpose of a church with a new LED sign and land lots 208 and 209 of the 20th District. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Greer's Chapel Road and Quarry Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the O&I zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on March 5th, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Church with LED sign only, compliance with sign ordinance, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z40A? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And before we leave the zoning part of the consent agenda, I don't know if I called if there was any opposition to rezoning case Z43 Mohammed Osman. Is there anyone opposed to this zoning case? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda, LEP 10, Violet Clark, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a beauty shop in land lot 234 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of Gray Road, north of Diane Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of the land use permit for 24 months, subject to removal of the parking pad within 6 months. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 10? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay, just a minute. Commissioner Cupid, you have something to add?
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairman. If the applicant's representative can please come up, I have a question. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Tina, her daughter, so I'm
Hi.
here to
Nice to
speak
see
on
you.
her
I know you
behalf.
played phone tag. A question with respect to the parking pad. I know there was some controversy with respect to that. How long has that parking pad been in place?
Well, she's had her business almost 33 years there, the actual beauty shop, and in the beginning, we had rocks there for 20 years, and that was fine. And then they've asked us to put a hard surface down, so about 10 years ago, we put the parking pavers.
Who was they asked you?
I guess the city, I
The
mean,
county?
they sent us, the county sent us
Okay.
a letter saying that she had to have a hard surface, and my dad, since it's in the front yard, didn't want to put concrete or asphalt in his front yard, so we just put the decorative pavers in, and it's been
Yes.
fine. I mean,
And
we've
it
had
looks
like
good.
4 approvals
Okay.
every 2 years since then.
Okay. What I'd like to do is strike that stipulation for that parking pad to be removed.
Okay.
Continue with that being on consent.
Okay.
I
Okay,
think,
thank
just being clear, I think that those pads were asked to be put in there to become compliant with our code, which requires,
Parking on a hard surface. That's
Right.
correct.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
Okay,
So thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so strike that one condition and approve for 24 months. Okay. LEP 12, Marlene Graham, requested land use permit renewal for the purpose of a personal care home for 6 clients in land lot 561 of the 16th District. The property is located on the easterly side of Piedmont Road, north of Shaw Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 12? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 13, Still Family Farm LLC, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a corn maze and agritourism destination in land lot 439 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of Macklin Road, west of Florence Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Parking plan received by the zoning division on March 5th, 2015. Statement of proposed elements received by the zoning division on March 5th, 2015, for this applicant only, for the months of September, October, and November only. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 13? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
perfect. Counselor, before we go further, Deborah, if you have in front of you, the Planning Commission meeting is for Z29. The last bullet states inclusion on the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing on May 19th, 2015. the meeting minutes I have subsequent to that, at least on what I have in front of me, that isn't always clear that it was to be included on the consent agenda. Do I have a level of confidence that the consent agenda as presented today is actually the consent agenda we need to consider based on the planning commission's recommendation?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion regarding this consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman and Board,
Yes,
may I make 2 changes to the consent agenda before you guys vote on it?
absolutely. You can
Okay.
ask for changes.
Let me suggest the change.
Sure.
On rezoning case Z29, the first bullet of the consent agenda, I don't believe is correct. It should state the site plan received April 29, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. And that's the site plan that's in the letter, that's part of the minutes.
419,
Yeah, for Z29,
got it.
should be the site plan received April 29, 2015.
The other recommendation?
There's one other change to rezoning case Z40, the first line, I think is not correct again. It should state, site plan received February 23rd, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications.
The clerk have those changes? Any comments? Wait a minute. No, Lisa disappeared. Sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent
As
agenda
revised,
as
right?
modified.
Thank you, as modified, thank you. The motion is second. Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. That takes us to pending case Z20. Would you call that, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z20, BK Properties LP, request a rezoning from O&I, NS, and R20 to OS for the purpose of office warehouse distribution in land lots 498, 499, 510, and 511 of the 16th District. The property is located on the northeasterly side of Chastain Meadows Parkway and on the westerly side of Bells Ferry Road, or south of Big Shanty Road. This case was pending at the last zoning hearing due to a tie vote, so it's back to the board.
Thank you very much. And I believe this is a case, and I'd appreciate the county attorney keep me honest with this. This is the first time I've ever presented with this scenario, and I think saying that, I can comfortably say it's the first time that this board has been, this current board has been placed with this kind of condition. It's my understanding that we have a pending vote, 2-2. And it is my responsibility now to cast a vote. It is also my understanding that the motion put before me is the motion that can be considered, and that there can be no additions or deletions or modifications to that motion. That I cannot make comments to regard to my vote until after I've cast that vote. Is that correct, or do you have anything to add?
No, that is absolutely correct.
Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a vote in the affirmative, so the motion passes 3-2. I'd like to make some comments regarding my vote. I realize that the Z20 area, the Bells Ferry corridor, is very important, and as has been illustrated or discussed several times, is one that we've kept our eye on very closely to make sure that a lot of the homes and residents, the older homes and residents have been there for a while, are protected. It's protected in a couple of ways. I believe that from on the west side of Bells Ferry, that is a place that we've targeted a slightly different development pattern than was initiated many years ago. When we widened Big Shanty, we purposefully did not widen the Chastain Meadows Parkway from Big Shanty to Bells Ferry with the intent to always try to divert and try to direct traffic and movement to points east or west of that point as opposed to onto the Bells Ferry area. We also believe that the Chastain, from Chastain down to Parrott is clearly becoming a commercial industrial site with many jobs in the particular area. I believe that the motion was good. I may have, if I had been present, might have made some recommendations of some additional stipulations and modifications, but as has been expressed, I can't do that. So I believe that we have addressed the land use properly, that there are zonings that exist, there are buildings that exist that are in uses that need to be modified in the future land use map. I believe the flood potential, there was flooding in 2005 and 2009. However, the construction of the regional stormwater management facility did not complete until 2011, and I believe that's going to be a positive impact on holding back Noonday waters as the tributaries flow into there. The Noonday Creek does go to bank often, and that's one we keep an eye on. I know Bill Higgins keeps an eye on it as well. I might have considered some more stout buffers, but that's for a different day. So as it stands, the motion for Z20 passes as presented, 3-2. And that concludes Z20, correct? Go to say, hey, all right, please, I'm going to ask you to quiet, be respectful, and I won't ask again. Thank you. Z27.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z27, Linwood Development Group, LLC, request rezoning from OHR to UVC for the purpose of mixed use in land lots 985 and 1008 of the 17th District. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Paris Ferry Road and Windy Ridge Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z27? Please raise your hands. And just keep them raised. Let the record show there are 11 people here in opposition. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z27? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there are 47 people here in support of Z27.
Could you give me the number for opposition as well?
Z11.
Pardon me?
11 people opposed.
So for Z27, we have 47 in support
And 11
11 in
against.
opposition. Thank you. Mr. Moore?
Need to get a couple of them to be sworn in.
Sure.
All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
I believe one, then folks come over. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore, here on behalf of the applicant and owners in this application for rezoning. This property is approximately 3.14 acres. It's located at the intersection of Windy Ridge Parkway and Powers Ferry Road. The rezoning application is to rezone the property from its existing OHR, or office high-rise zoning classification, to the UVC, or Urban Village Concept, for a mixed-use development at this location. On your screens, you can follow with me. The first slide shows you where the property is currently located there. At its intersection, you'll notice immediately adjacent is an office tower. This property was zoned OHR in conjunction with the already developed office tower, in which it will share in part with the parking deck that's located to the rear with the existing office development and office tower that is located there. In terms of its site plan, What you have here is a colored version of our site plan, which proposes no more than a 6-story building. That building will house a maximum of 280 leased condominium units, 70% of which will be one-bedrooms. These are high-end quality residential units and housing, and in addition, approximately 8,000 square feet of commercial space that will be located along Powers Ferry. On your screen, Powers Ferry is located along the top, and that's commercial that will stretch across the entirety of this project, of its frontage along Powers Ferry, which is very important in terms of providing a mixed-use development, standalone mixed-use development at this location in the Powers Ferry corridor. We were able to revise our application, which started initially as urban condominium without a commercial component. After receiving comments and concerns, we were able to revise this and really looked at developing a viable commercial element and one that was significant in its location and arrangement. And per that, you see now the rendering that has been developed, which shows how our commercial space on the first floor across the entirety of the proposed building engages with Powers Ferry Road. On this slide, Powers Ferry Road is that on your left, and you can see the broad sidewalk engagement of the street for Powers Ferry, encouraging the pedestrian activity both for the adjacent office tower and user, as you can see from that existing photo, as well as those that may live across the street in the Horizons condominium and others that may be in this area and be able to utilize the commercial space and use that commercial space along the frontage of Powers Ferry to create what we believe is a true mixed use and a true outstanding project at this location. Again, another version or vision of this project. As you're going down Windy Ridge, you can see it slopes down and provides for a step up all the way to Powers Ferry, which is on your right-hand side. And you can also see in the background the existing office tower and its height. So you can see how that works together in a fashion that presents a quality high-end development. As we discussed, the commercial area conceptual signage, these are parts of our stipulation letter as well, and you can see the uniqueness, the neatness of bringing that urban commercial setting to this location. It meets the market for this location. It meets the market for this area as a whole as well by providing high-end specialty retail and commercial uses. And you can see, matter of fact, that type of signage that also is themed towards that end. In addition, we have conceptual pedestrian lighting, which is also a part of our stipulation letter. Again, that invigorates it, it injects it and confirms and bolsters that theme and design for that Powers Ferry Road corridor. In addition, we also looked at and studied very closely the Powers Ferry Master Plan. That was undertaken by the county as it relates to the Powers Ferry corridor and what it provided. That Powers Ferry Master Plan noted that developments facilitate that more than one type of use and integrate vehicular and pedestrian uses in parking areas. It encourages that type of development. Furthermore, the Powers Ferry Master Plan aims to stimulate a variety of sustainable housing choices and improve the overall quality of housing. Powers Ferry corridor in itself, the issue that had been identified previously is very aged garden-style apartments. Of this is not. While these are proposed as leased condominiums, that is separate, distinct concept and a separate, distinct market for leased condominiums. They're built to condominium standards, high-end, high-quality, in a market that is different than garden-style apartments. And again, once the change was made to incorporate the commercial elements, Cobb County staff concluded that the altered UVC concept, which is proposed and presented to you for consideration, is in compliance with the Powers Ferry Master Plan, which we think is a very important aspect of this. The real issue here has been, though, leased condominiums and whether a project such as this that proposes 280 units in this area and in this location, whether or not, quote, you can have for sale condominiums at this location. And what we did is we went out to the market and we engaged an independent consultant, Haddow and Company, to say, what about for sale condominium financing, not in terms of the end buyer, but in terms of the project financing. How do you finance and obtain the appropriate equity and investment from financing institutions to spend the 20, 30, and 40 million it takes to build projects like this? And what they had determined over a period of time since the real estate recession is that due to rules that are in place on the back end, on the mortgage financing for those wishing to buy them, the fact that conventional mortgage financing will not occur until after 50% of the condominiums have been purchased means that your front-end financing, that injection of equity and cash that's needed and necessary to bring a project forward such as this is not available. It's not available since 2010. It's not available since that time, and there's no projection for that, not just at this location in the Cumberland district, but also in the metropolitan Atlanta area overall. And you can see we engaged Haddow and Company to determine that and to give us an opinion. We also went to Northmark, another independent consultant that deals with high-end financing for real estate projects, and they reached the same conclusion, that for-sale condominium projects coming out of the ground, those projects are not available in terms of financing. That's why you see leased condominiums. That's why we are proposing these to be leased condominiums that have the ability to be converted from rental to full condominiums at a later date, but which provide for that high-end necessary residential component for this corridor. And lastly, just to point out, this is from the Cumberland CID. It's a map provided of projects that are either planned, in progress, or completed. And you see all the dots in this area. On the northeast quadrant of the Cobb Cloverleaf is where this is. That's the top right. There's a blue dot and a red dot. And that red dot symbolizes where this project is planned. What you find throughout all these projects is there's 8 leased condominium projects already approved by Cobb County. Cobb County does not have an issue with leased condominiums and have located those types of projects in this area already approved because this area needs that element for housing options, just as the Powers Ferry Master Plan has stated. Where it's not located is in that northeast corridor where it's vast, or section of this quadrant where it's vastly needed. With that, we recommend and respectfully request your approval of this rezoning application subject to our April 16th letter, which is vast and extensive and significant in its commitments. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to somebody else who wants to talk as well. So if you could have the remainder of the time. You just punch this or whatever.
Okay. Can you get me?
He'll pull you up.
While we're waiting, Commissioners, good morning. My name is Charles Coffin. My wife and Ann Fritz and I have lived in the Horizon high-rise condominiums for 7 years now. I am a retired General Electric executive. For 22 years, I was head of the Global Tax Department of GE Energy that was headquartered in Wildwood. I have the privilege to have led economic development activities on behalf of General Electric all over the world. But one of my proudest moments was here in Cobb County, where my efforts resulted in 2,500 new jobs in Wildwood. I'm very proud of that. I'm committed to that. My wife and I, as well as the vast majority of past and present Horizon leaders, support this project. As you've just heard, the attributes are for a upscale project that is targeted to millennials. Not much is in dispute in that regard. What seems to be disputed in this case, what seems to be disputed is, in this case, as counsel has already said, is that targeted millennials themselves may not be welcome here. Those are 35-year-old and below residents who rent by choice. They don't rent by necessity. Some in our community seem to discriminate against these millennials and tell them that it's okay for them to work in Wildwood, but they can't live here. They've got to go back at night and commute to Buckhead or to Midtown. We think that that is an unreasonable response to the millennial population out there that represents the largest element in today's workforce. Cobb County, we believe today, should revalidate and reinforce the live where you work values. Millennials are simply modern young people who more often than not have mobile careers, and they prefer housing choices that closely match that career mobility. Commissioners, we respectfully request that you reject calls for failed policies of de facto moratoriums against renter-occupied units. We request that you support balanced development of high-quality residential infill, such as Z27 proposes, along the southern portion of Powers Ferry where it's needed most, where stagnation and decay threatens our boulevard. And we request that you approve Z27.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Time is now concluded. I'd like to call opposition for a total of 11 minutes, please.
Good morning, Chairman Lee, Commissioners Burrell, Cupid, Ott, and Weatherford. My name is Mary Lee Marcos. My husband, John Wright, and I are homeowners at Horizon at Wildwood on the corner of Windy Ridge and Powers Ferry across from the proposed Park Point that is petitioning Z27 for a variance. I would just like to bring, before I continue, a little clarity to the concept of lease condominiums. We have a 10% allowable leasing of condominiums in our building. Our understanding is that what is being petitioned is for rental apartments, not current home ownership. So I wanted to make sure that when I use the word rental apartments, you understand it's what the developer is calling a lease condominium. I'm here today regarding the part of that variance that calls for rental apartments. Please vote all units for sale and say no to rentals. Your binders should have our letter and the letters of many other Horizon homeowners who would stand with me today if they could take off from work. Let me tell you a little bit about my home, our home. Horizon is a community of 273 condominiums representing over 350 homeowners. For the majority of these homeowners, and a lot of young homeowners, I might add, under 30, early 30s, for the majority of them, their condo is not just their home, but their major financial investment. As you can imagine, we care deeply about our home and our neighborhood. A few of the improvements that as homeowners we have financed over the course of the last year are not one, but 2 dog parks, fenced, double gated. We continue to upgrade our plantings and our seasonal landscape. We even made an earnest attempt at using a green alternative to eliminate invasive ivy. You might have heard about the attraction that our rental goats did for our neighborhood, both for the people who work in the area and including some of the renters on the other side. We also worked with the gas company to pave the gravel hill that was adjoining our property and the bank adjacent. As 350 homeowners, we care deeply about our neighborhood and would love to be able to share that commitment with other homeowners. Folks who are willing to have their major financial investment be a home that they can call their own. Linwood may be the developer petitioning, but Alliance Residential is the actual builder and the rental management company for the petitioned property. Who will be held accountable to one day turn those rentals into condos? As Mr. Woody Snell, while visiting our homeowners town hall last Wednesday night, enthusiastically stated, and I literally quote, "The great thing about this variance is that it stays with the land, not the builder nor the developer." In other words, he does not see the condo conversion accountability having to reside with him or Alliance Residential. As of yesterday, the first multiple listing service showed only 2 out of our 273 units actively for sale. This is less than 1% of our homes. This has been going on since John and I purchased our condo in August of 2012. Homeowners at Horizon are very happy and they don't want to leave. This contributes to the low supply of home ownership in our area. If anything, we have several extended families living in our building. In other words, grandparents and parents and brothers and sisters, creating an even more sense of community. To boot, we're seeing our property values rising towards pre-recession values. Our home, which we bought as a regular sale, not on short sale or anything like that, just this December appraised 60% higher than what John and I purchased in August of 2012. There's an untapped demand for condominiums, in other words, home ownership, in our neighborhood, the Powers Ferry corridor between I-285 and Windy Hill. Please support us in having neighbors who as homeowners will care as deeply as we do about building a home, building a community that they can invest in for the long haul. Please support us and the Planning Commission's recommendation that all units be for sale and vote no to rentals. Thank you for your time today and for your continued commitment to helping make Cobb County the best county to call home.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. My name is Sheldon Schlegman. I have been an owner, occupant of my Horizon condominium for 8 years, and I have been an architect doing major league projects throughout the United States and in foreign countries for the last, I guess, 40 years, 45 years. And I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to express the thoughts of my fellow owners. But I do want to make one correction to what the attorney said. And that is, when he referred to leased condominiums, we have leased condominiums within our building. But the law requires, for our own protection, that leased condominiums are limited to 10%. 10% of the people in our apartment, in our building, can lease their unit. I'd also like to mention that Alliance Residential will be building the apartments and not Linwood Development. Financing the project as condos should not be an issue because Alliance Residential is one of the largest private U.S. multifamily companies managing $9 billion portfolio of real estate. Alliance Residential has the ability to self-finance the proposed condominium project if in fact Linwood truly intends to develop condominiums. Not being able to attain financing is not an acceptable reason for building apartments. And earlier today, you approved Seven Star Ventures petition Z40, and they have found financing for their condominium project in Kennesaw. Twice, Linwood Development has submitted rezoning requests. The first was for an urban condominium. The second rezoning before you today is, as you know, for urban village commercial. Twice, the Cobb County's Planning Department has expressly conditioned the rezoning requests with a statement, all units to be for sale. 81 Horizon owners signed a petition, which is in the file for this project, requesting that the UC rezoning for rental units be denied. The Planning Commission approved the UC zoning with the condition that all units be for sale only. A majority of Horizon's concerned owners have written and emailed Commissioner Ott, and those are all in the file. And the emails state that you uphold your planning department's stipulation that all units be for sale only. Thank you for permitting me to express the wishes of many of my neighbors.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Ott, would you lead our conversation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I want to acknowledge and show my appreciation for the efforts by the applicant in making various changes to the elevations of property, working on the streetscapes on Powers Ferry. I think the elevations that they came up with are extremely desirable for the corridor, and I think their attempts to work on the appearance and the feel on Powers Ferry are positive also. It's been a long time, probably almost 16 years, that I've been working on trying to redevelop the Powers Ferry corridor, long before all the residential properties were there. The commercial uses, the particular ones that are being proposed or shown in the presentations are also desirable. I do have some concerns though, because no previous zoning that this board has approved that has put in the condition that based on market conditions they will be switched to for sale have ever come to fruition. A matter of fact, West Village, which had conditions in it that by a certain date they had to go to for sale, the board was forced to change that to keep the West Village complex from going under. So that statement in there just does not happen. It goes in there, you know, kind of as a, yeah, we'll sell them when the market conditions, well, the market is improved and that just doesn't happen. So I think that's important to point out. The for sale is an issue because of the number of units being proposed. There's plenty of cases that we've seen with lower number of units that they're for sale. And up and down the Powers Ferry corridor, Terrell Mill corridor, proposals that have less number of units. I believe that it's the number of units that is creating the issue of supposedly not being able to get financing with the for sale. The current zoning of the office high-rise is appropriate if the board chooses to leave that in place. There is a General Electric building right next to it. Let me talk a little bit about the applicant's attorney put up a slide showing the rental units in Cumberland Core, which the board has approved, versus Powers Ferry. Part of the reason for the Powers Ferry master plan, which was the first master plan done in District 2 when I was first elected, along with the Vinings vision, was to create buffers from Cumberland to the residential properties in East Cobb and then down in Vinings, with the intent that the Cumberland core needed to kind of be allowed to develop similar to a small city, which would allow more pedestrian access, what you're seeing now, even prior to the Braves announcement. Powers Ferry, on the other hand, was designed to be that transition to the residential properties in East Cobb. There are no commercial developments, with the exception of one that was previously approved, going from basically Terrell Mill, Powers Ferry intersection, all the way to Woodlawn in East Cobb, all right? Because it is supposed to be residential. All of the residential property in Wildwood is for sale. It is not rental. And that zoning for the Cousins Rivers Call, which was for 1,200 units on 60 acres, which resulted in the Horizon Tower, all of the stack flats, the vertical townhomes, the cluster homes, the homes in Rivers Call, and now the townhomes that John Whelan is going to build based on the board's previous approval are for sale. And that has been by design. That Powers Ferry, moving on either side of Powers Ferry, was basically the transition to the East Cobb residential community. Many of the people that have moved into the Wildwood development are moving from East Cobb. Their children have grown. It is not mostly millennials, whereas in the Cumberland core, we see a much higher percentage of millennials and those folks, because there are more shops and restaurants and things like that. One of the other things, and it isn't very often that this board sees comments from the school system other than just to state what the capacity, the enrollments and the capacities are for the school, but this case is different. And I'm going to read the additional comments provided to us by the school system. Approval of this petition could seriously and adversely, and they underlined, impact the enrollment at Brumby Elementary and East Cobb Middle Schools, as both of these schools are severely, once again underlined, over capacity at this time. This petition includes 300 condominiums, which could potentially result in the addition of portable classrooms, overcrowded cafeterias, and media centers, and could exacerbate already heavy traffic flow at key times during the day, such as drop-off and pickup times. I'm not sure I can remember when we've got such strongly worded comments from the school system. So with all of that in mind, it is my intention to make a motion for denial instead of for sale only, because in talking with the applicant, they, as they've indicated in their presentation, cannot develop this as for sale, and so I would rather leave it in a acceptable category of office high-rise than to put it in a category that this applicant says that they cannot do. But before I make the motion, I'll make the motion for denial and then listen to other comments.
So is that a motion?
A motion for denial of Z27.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second for purpose of discussion.
Commissioner Cupid, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
You want to begin our discussion?
Yes, I'm curious if we can zoom out of this map and see this area. If I'm hearing you correctly, Commissioner Ott, are you seeing that this parcel should not be available for any type of residential for sale or multifamily?
No, I'd be perfectly fine in supporting for sale, but the applicant in my discussions have said that they cannot develop it as for sale. So my concern is, instead of putting a category on it that this applicant says they can't develop, I think leaving it in its existing office high-rise, which it has the exact same category right next to it, makes more sense.
Okay,
But I have no problem with residential on the site. I just think it should be for sale.
okay. I have some additional questions as well. I'm curious to know, there was some opposition that was here today and also had been emailing the commissioners. I'm curious to know where those residents live. There was reference to another similar property, but however, they're for sale and not rental units. And I don't know if I need to direct that question outwardly, if that can be, if you can answer that, Commissioner Ott. I'm just curious to know where it is by proximity.
Well, there are, and I forget the exact number, but on Windy Hill Road, which you're probably gonna have to zoom out even further. So, Commissioner Cupid, if you see the kind of the big semicircle building there up there where it says GC, there are a lot of, yeah, we gotta go further north. Those are the original office buildings from Wildwood when it was first developed. The R80 that you see in the background is the national park. But then as you go where it says RM8, the UC, all of those are for sale units.
Those are for sale units?
Yes, and then as you continue up Windy Hill Road, up the hill, all these residential units that you see are for sale with the similar 10% restriction on leases. And then the RM8 that you see in the upper right-hand corner is the one that the commission just recently approved for townhomes for sale by John Whelan. And then as you go a little bit further up Wildwood Parkway, it's kind of, yeah. Then you see the Rivers Call neighborhood, which is off to the right there and right over there. So all of the residential in Wildwood is for sale with the 10% restriction. And Powers Ferry has been thought of with the whole Powers Ferry master plan to be the dividing line as you transition from the Cumberland core, which, because there are apartments as you go from Powers Ferry towards Cumberland, but everything on the other side or along Powers Ferry is for sale with the 10% restriction. Like I said, I do not have a problem with for sale units with the project. I think the project is a very nice project. I think that the elevations, the streetscapes, the pedestrian lights. The other thing to keep in mind is the general commercial that is right below the Windy Ridge extension, Windy Hill Road, Windy Ridge extension, is commonly referred to as Restaurant Row. It's just to the left of that small GC. Yeah, right there. There has been a lot of interest in putting residential units on that property also in a mixed use. So my concern is if the board moves forward on a rental project at Windy Ridge and Powers Ferry, you will see the exact same thing. And the sweet spot when multi-story multifamily units come in is between 260 and 300 units. So you're looking at 300 units at the Windy Ridge, Powers Ferry, and then you're looking at potentially at another 250 to 300 units that site up there. So you go from no rentals along the Powers Ferry, with the exception there's down to the south, all potentially 500 to 600.
Okay.
So that's my concern.
Okay. The RM12 and the R16 that is to the east of the site, I do know my directions. To the east, is that multifamily?
That is multifamily and that is rental, and that dates back to the 60s. That whole area down there, the RM12, you have the former Riverbend Apartments, which is at the end of Powers Ferry and Acres Mill. The last, if you want to call it, great influx of apartments in this area was back in the 60s. And back then, the apartments were restricted to singles only. And what happened was there was a lawsuit that was filed that said it was discriminatory, and they won. And as soon as that happened, the type of residents in the apartments dramatically changed, which then caused the huge influx of students into the Brumby and East Cobb schools, because at the time, Brumby, East Cobb Middle, and Wheeler were the schools in East Cobb. The rest of East Cobb had not been developed. And in the downturn with the recession, the apartment occupancy rates in the area went down into the low 80%. And they have only just now recently recovered to be in the low 90%, which has allowed the apartments to kind of start rejuvenating and, you know, kind of renovating the apartments. So I just think that with all those apartments and the for sale units that the board has historically made, I would prefer to have it for sale, but like I said, the applicant said they cannot develop that.
Okay. Another question, the RM16 South or across the street from that site, that looks like it's multifamily, is that for sale? I mean,
That
or
is apartments
rental?
also, that is a former post apartments, similarly part of the overall, when the apartments were approved years ago.
Okay, and.
It's got a different name now.
Okay. The OHR, CRC categories, those are more office, commercial buildings.
Yes, and the light industrial that's off to the right there, that is all single story, except for that lot one right there is storage, but they're all single story. The reason they're light industrial is because there's some manufacturing that happens on those sites. But they're much more like LRO buildings.
Okay. I'm curious to know what would attract someone in light of the commercial character of that area and the rental character of that area to purchase for sale right there. I mean, I see a lot of what you're referring to has the single-family homes that are further north. But on this particular area, it seems very close to commercial, to office-type development, and to the other multifamily residential. And
Well, I think that what
I'm
would,
curious to know what would attract someone to want to buy
well,
for
the
sale.
UC right across the street is the Horizon Tower.
I'm
With the-
sorry.
That's the Horizon Tower with the 273 for sale units.
Okay, that's what I was asking. How
Yes,
close was that?
that is
Okay,
right across the
That's right
street.
across the, okay.
And like I said, what you're seeing is a lot of downsizing by folks who live in East Cobb that want to move closer to either downtown, because by living in this general area, you're getting away from a lot of the traffic in and out of East Cobb across Terrell Mill Road and Johns Ferry. And also now with the stadium, keep in mind that Windy Ridge goes directly to the stadium.
Okay. I also, I'm sorry if I.
Go ahead,
doesn't mind
please.
Continuing.
Take your time.
I appreciate the desire for stability because I happen to serve in an area where we do have a disproportionate amount of residential, multifamily residential versus, that is, for rent as opposed to ownership. But I do have a sensitive side, being close to the millennial age. I happen to miss that mark by a few years, but it looks as if there is some concern about this area being rental. And I share a little bit of concern as to why there is, it seems as if we could be making a decision to say rental is not desired here, which seems to be a strong statement. I mean, we've even looked at the schools scenario, and we said, well, the schools have provided that the schools are over capacity. It is my thought that if you do have people who are buying homes, that they're looking for a more stable environment and are more likely to have children in school versus.
Well, I would
Residential.
say that actually the numbers say otherwise. Because, for example, John, what is Madison, it's got a new name now, that one across from Minx. There's an apartment complex on Delk Road that is 10% of the Brumby population. And it's rental, and what I will tell you is that the majority of the for sale units in Wildwood do not have children.
Okay, let me take a step further. With this development, though, I assume that this is of a much different price point. I mean, you have the market that this particular property is looking at a millennial population, which I don't know if it was provided, but I thought in my review that this is looking at this is looking for that professional millennial who probably, might be their first job, second job, who might have a more mobile career, who is less likely to be looking to enroll children in the school. It seems to me that the population served is least likely to be adding to the numbers within the school system because of that price point that's being considered particularly.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the price point's a whole lot different than what is in Wildwood today.
Okay. The price point in Wildwood.
The for sale versus the rental.
Exactly.
All of these apartments, because they're now in the low 90% or higher occupancy rate, all the rents are higher. So to say that this price point is going to be lower and attract more millennials,
I guess I'm contrasting that to the example used for Delk Road, which I assume has a much different price point than this area here. This, to me, I think is attracting a much more professional, needless to say, somebody who has the ability to spend more on housing here, which lends itself to being a single or millennial here, that it troubles me to impress on this. It troubles me to impress upon here that you should rent, that you should own, when it seems like it's geared for somebody who doesn't own but still can be contributing to the area from an income perspective, could be working right there, walking to work, so that they'd be right by work, as opposed to having to commute and add to congestion, that they would have, be able to have one of those, work, live, play lifestyles somewhat in this area. So even though I can understand the preference for ownership, I'm a little leery of just saying no renters here, when I think that what we typically hold as being an unstable residential population that rents is different from the population that's being considered here, which I think is more professional single person who's working in this area. It's just my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you. I tend to agree with Commissioner Cupid in some ways, and it would seem to me that if the schools were the concern, that you might want to put age restriction if the condos were for sale. And at the price points that I've heard here, I feel like this would be more of a group of people that live, work, and play in that area, and they choose not to rent, and they would tend to have less children than would people that would buy the condos. It's just my thoughts. I don't think there's any statistics either way to support that, but I do notice in the schools, their comments are 300 condos. They don't care if it's leased or condos. They don't think that the schools would be able to support any development in this area. So whether it's for sale or for lease, the impact on the schools, according to them, would be the same. The question I do have is in regards to the stipulation, and it may be a legal question, is when we say that will be converted to for sale, is that an enforceable stipulation, or is that something that you could put a date on, or is that something that, as Commissioner Ott said, has not been followed in the past? Is that something that can be followed from a legal perspective?
That's a good question.
Well, here's what happens, all right, and I'll give West Village as the example. It was in West Village, they had 5 years to start selling the units. They came and they said, we will go into foreclosure and receivership if this condition stays, because the bank at the time was calling the loan.
Correct.
And so basically, the board had 2 options. One, leave the condition in place and it go into foreclosure, or remove the condition. And then ever since, the board has been told that there is no market for financing of projects. And like I said, it deals with the number of units that's the issue.
I
That's why
believe
they
that
can't
it's
get financing.
Still, from a legal point of view, it is enforceable. Is that correct?
A legal opinion would say that depends, but my opinion would be it would be difficult to enforce under certain circumstances.
Thank you.
I mean, one of the other options that I offered to the applicant was to compromise and do half. for sale and half rental. And they didn't want that either. They wanted the whole deal rental. You know, both staff and the planning commission have recommended to the board that it be for sale only. And that's you know, and staff has looked at all these various things and all the,
So you tend to follow what planning and zoning say?
well, they are supposed to be the professionals, are they not?
So I may get you on that in a minute then.
Are there any other comments that are above ground?
I have a question for the applicant's
Sure.
attorney.
It's been so long, I forget who it was.
I think it's Kevin, isn't
Yeah, it is, Kevin.
it?
Kevin?
I know you sent us some letters regarding the financing and the issues with mortgages on for sale units
Yes.
for backup. What are the options for lease to purchase or outright purchase if someone so desired to do that here?
Those options are available. We just cannot restrict it, and what we've said and tried to demonstrate as best we could is we cannot restrict these to for sale only, or even a percentage of for sale only. We'd love to be able to do that, but the financial institutions, regardless of the size of the company, they still have equity requirements, even if it's their own. And if the difference is, you can do condo projects for 33 units, 20 units. That's what these consultants said. That's what was approved earlier today, was a 33-unit condo project for sale in Kennesaw. But this is a wholly different matter. When you're in an urban core like the community that's here, that's in the Cumberland Improvement District, which this property is located, and you're trying to build that urban core and inject the high-end residential and inject that to this location, it needs 280 units. Those aren't available for project financing if they have a for sale requirement. That's what those two letters said. That's not just here. It's not a Cobb County problem. It's not a Cumberland problem. It's a Cumberland problem. It's a Cobb County problem. It's an Atlanta problem. It's nationwide. That's what condominium projects are today. And so the answer to your question is yes. Somebody coming to this that wants to live here would be able to rent, would be able to buy, would be able to lease to purchase. Those options certainly are available. We're not foreclosing those options out or removing those options from them. We're just simply saying this project cannot be limited or restricted in that regard, because there is no project to have, and there wouldn't be one from anybody, not just Alliance or Linwood Development or anybody else that would be here. It's in the same boat.
Also, in your presentation, you had a map of other properties in the area
Yes.
that had been approved for rental. Can we go back to
Sure.
that,
That's
David?
slide number 12. It's that last one. And he's pulling that up. Yes, that's the slide you're referencing that shows other projects.
Hold on a minute.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay,
Just hold on a minute.
Can I call you back?
of course.
We're on the site. Excuse me, Chairman.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That slide is up now, the one that you were referencing.
Okay.
Let me just make a comment about this slide, because I think it's important for the board to realize the Cumberland Improvement District goes all the way into the national park. So if you're going to use the Cumberland Improvement District boundaries to say, oh, well, there's all this rental in there, then you're basically going to throw the Powers Ferry Master Plan out the window. Because the Powers Ferry Master Plan was designed to create the buffer transition from the Cumberland core into East Cobb. Just like the Vinings Vision was designed to provide the transition from the Cumberland core into Vinings.
Does the Powers Ferry plan allow for this proposed use?
The Powers Ferry plan calls for mixed use, okay? The issue comes down to the rental versus the for sale, and like I mentioned before, when the Powers Ferry plan was being developed by the community, this Wildwood, this whole Powers Ferry corridor is a transition from the more higher intensity rental environment that we talk about with millennials in the Cumberland core to the less intense for sale type units of, as you transition to East Cobb. You know, the board, we draw lines, and Powers Ferry is the line. And that Powers Ferry plan was developed by the community, not some consultant. And so my concern is just showing the Cumberland Improvement District can be misleading because, as the board knows, the board just accepted the expansion of the Cumberland Improvement District all the way into National Park.
Okay, but what I'm getting to is, you know, I'm not commenting to that point, but it says here on our screen, number 3, the altered UVC concept, which I'm assuming is the one specifically considered, is in compliance with the property. So the proposed concept, which calls for
But,
rental,
well,
just, let me finish,
okay.
please. Which calls the concept, the zoning application proposed, which calls for lease and conversion and for sale and for whatever, was part of the application that was reviewed by staff when they made the recommendation or made that statement that it's in compliance with the Powers Ferry Master Plan.
Right, but what we just talked about, they're referring to this as leased condos. These are not leased condos, these are apartments. And we've already talked about the fact that the condition, which is not being agreed to, that they will convert them to market conditions, we just talked about the fact that that has never happened on any zoning project that has offered it. It just doesn't happen. They don't get leased, or they don't get sold. This is apartments. They're calling it leased condos. They have a variance because the UC and UVC requires for sale. You know, so calling them leased condos are in Horizon Tower. Those are purchased by a person and then leased under the 10% rule, but they are owned by someone. These are not. These are apartments. They're just being called leased condos, but there's, I mean, you know, and yes, are we splitting hairs, but we have conditions as to how we identify things and stipulations. These are not going to be purchased. And the reason they're not going to be purchased is because after the market crash, in order for you to get a government-backed loan, a Fannie Mae or a Freddie Mac, you have to have 50% of the units in a building sold. And that is the rub with the financing, because individual owners cannot get a federally backed loan until 50% of the units are sold, which is why they come in.
Which
the way
means
this
the
is
other
going.
50% have to purchase 100% with cash.
Or they have
in
to
order for
finance.
you-
They have to finance it with a different type of loan. Yes. But that was a condition in Horizon Tower when those were
You know,
purchased.
I just, you know, in the last year and a half, we've been talking about how to make our community more attractive to the younger professional workforce who characteristically doesn't like to have home ownership. Is not, it's not that they're it's a choice. Again, it's as was mentioned by somebody, it's a renter by choice as opposed to a renter by circumstances. So some of the folks that were trying to be attractive to the younger workforce for this community is a renter by choice, and a renter by choice at a high ticket dollar versus putting that necessarily into a mortgage. And that's a lifestyle decision for a young workforce, which is attracted to an urban core, which is what the Cumberland community from Powers Ferry all the way over to the Home Depot, all the way down to Vinings and up to Windy Hill and past beyond it is you know, is becoming. And I think options are important, from rental to for sale, for all price points is associated with rental, because there's a lot of service businesses around there that have employees that would never be able to afford to live in here. But as long as, you know, obviously they're kept to a certain quality, that's important, and you know, you and I both know that's important for the whole county. This is on one hand, we want to create an environment in this community that's attractive to a wide broad of people, providing choices. On the other hand, we have a concern, which you've articulated well, of rental versus versus for sale, so it's,
Well, and I think one of the other things to keep in mind is, in this area, people are offered choices. It's not like every single thing that's been approved in the Cumberland Improvement District is for sale. What we're talking about is where are you going to draw the line? Or are you going to continue to move the line just because someone comes in and says, oh, well, we don't want to do this one as rental? You know, the idea is that if you're going to draw a line, stick to it. And we're offering, I mean, as this slide that's in front of us shows, there are options, like you said. And even these projects are not all exactly the same. Some offer more one-bedroom or loft apartments. Others have 2 bedrooms. And I think there's even a few that have 3. So there are the choices, but this really, I think, comes down to, are we going to honor a line that was part of the Powers Ferry master plan discussion when it was created, and acknowledge that we have a transition from one type of living, if you want to say, to another.
yeah.
I mean, because like I said earlier, my concern is if the board approves this, I guarantee you within the next 3 months, you're going to be seeing the exact same thing for Restaurant Row. And now you're going to have crossed Powers Ferry, and we will be told that the board just approved something on Powers Ferry Road for rental, and then we're going to see another one, and then it'll just march its way down because we will have crossed a line. That
There's a lot of office between Powers Ferry and 75. A lot of office. Just as there's a lot of office on the southwest, or on south of 285 and east and west of the southwest corner of 75 and 285.
Yeah, but there's also quite a few apartments. I mean, in District
Right,
2,
but
there's
not in this-
85,000
not this
total
caliber.
apartments.
Yeah.
Not this high.
Wait a minute, guys, one at a time, please. And we're having a good conversation. I'd like to keep it that way, not by stepping on each other's thoughts. Commissioner Weatherford, you had final
I just had a
comments?
couple of questions for Mr. Moore, if he could help me out. Help me in the applicant's proposal. What is there in there to enforce the conversion to for sale? And is there anything, and in your experience, is that enforceable if it is in there?
What, the stipulation letter contains the language that it would be converted to for sale condominiums. It does not set a time frame for that. That is the same exact stipulation and language that is used for a condo conversion that was used in the quote lease condo projects that we've identified for you on the screen. It's the same type of language that's word for word in some of these projects as well that's been approved. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We're not trying to propose something that hasn't already been identified and approved by the county on prior occasions in this very same urban area. The enforceability obviously I would lean to your county attorney and her answer on that, but that's where it is. It is in here so that the intent is made clear that that's what these are done. That's where these are going. These projects, as you can see by there, most of them are in planning stages or under construction, so we haven't had a chance to really see how that will unfold other than in the one project Commissioner Ott mentioned.
One other quick question. If I were to go in and try and lease a condo here in this particular development, but within X number of months decide I wanted to buy it, would that be an option?
Yes,
Or if I went in and said I don't want to lease, I want to buy it, would that be an option?
yes,
So if I wanted to buy, I could buy right away
yes.
once it's built?
That will be an option.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, Chairman, Attorney Moore, on this plan that's here, where is the proposed site?
If you look at this particular screen, the very top of the screen, you'll see a blue dot and a red dot. The blue dot has 29 on it, and then the red dot, I think, looks like 16. That red dot represents this project, where that's located,
Okay.
proposed project.
And the blue dot is that, what's the name
Is
of
the
that?
self-storage. The blue dot's the self-storage.
Not 29?
Yes.
No, 29 is the Horizon Tower.
Horizon.
29 is per the CID. We took this off of the CIDs, to their legend and so forth. And I looked at their legend, and the blue dot is in fact the self-storage, not Horizons. They're next
Okay.
to each other, so,
All right, but Kevin,
yes.
this is labeled approved lease condos. Why would you put a 29 up there under construction as part of that conversation if it's self-storage?
No, these are identifying projects that are under by the CID, that they were, and that's what I was saying, that these identified projects that are planned, under construction, and completed in this particular area. But over to the side, you see the 8 projects that we've identified that of this group are and contain leased condos. The idea
I got
being,
you. Okay.
we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to propose something that hasn't already been proposed and approved in the exact same manner that we've proposed and are seeking approval here. And I would like to clarify the request just to make sure this request is for UVC, and there's not a variance request as part of that as it relates to rental versus owned. Under UVC, it doesn't require for sale condominiums. Under UC, it does require for sale condominiums. So we're not seeking a variance under the UVC code. It allows for leased as well as for sale. I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're actually asking for.
Is there any other questions or comments? The motion before us is to deny the application. It's been motioned and properly second. At this point, we'll call the question. The motion carries.
I'm sorry.
Push the black button. Push the black button.
The
Push.
motion is to deny.
The motion is to deny the application as presented. And that motion is 2-3, and it fails 2-3 with Commissioners Cupid, Weatherford, and Burrow voting against the motion to deny. So at this point, we're open for another motion.
All right, then I will make a motion and we'll see what happens with this. Since I said it was the compromise in between the two, would be to approve Z27 to the UVC category to a maximum of 50% leased. Or you can say 50% have to be for sale, whichever way you want to put it. Subject to all staff comments, subject to Mr. Moore's letter dated April 16th, 2015. That's the most current one, right, Kevin?
Yes, that's correct.
And all elevations previously submitted.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second by anybody?
I'll second for discussion, but, I mean, we've already heard that's not gonna work.
Well, just because an applicant said it isn't going to work doesn't mean that the board just gives them what they want.
Well, I know, but I mean, you've heard all the discussion of
Well, I mean, you
why
have heard all the.
we can't deny the rental, and, I wouldn't support that either.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Moore, Commissioner Ott stated that this was a compromise that you weren't willing to accept. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes.
That's correct. Despite our desire and would want always to try to find a resolution that would be such a position, that's why we included the 2 letters in our presentation from our, we went out to the financial markets, to those that are known both in the southeast and nationwide for providing that, to determine whether that was possible at all, and it's just not possible. If it were at all possible, we would
Well, I
jump at
would
the chase.
correct
It's
you.
just not possible.
Excuse me, Commissioner Ott, with all due
All right.
respect, let me finish.
It's just not possible.
Okay, Commissioner Ott.
The letter doesn't say 50-50 is not possible. The letter says is for sale only is not possible. That's what they were asked. That was staff's and planning commission's recommendation. The compromise of 50%, that because when your application was for 100% leased, not, and staff's recommendations and the planning commission's was for 100% for sale. I don't remember seeing anything in the letter saying that it was 50-50 was not doable.
Are there, excuse me.
I thought, Commissioner Burrow.
Is there a percentage that is agreeable at this point? Or is there any way to strengthen your stipulation of the conversion with a potential time frame, or coming back to this board for, down the road?
The ability to do it with a percentage that requires for sale is just, it's just not there. They were asked about for sale condominium projects and whether that was be a restriction. Their response in both instances was those types of restrictions mean you cannot move forward. There's a project right now that's proposed for adjacent to Piedmont Park. Could not be a better location that wanted to go to the market for sale units. Could not do it, so now it's the term leased condominiums, meaning they're leased but built to condominium standards. That's why we use that phrase. Now that project is going forward on that basis because of this very same thing. And that's, again, a very well-heeled, well-cashed developer and builder for that project there, and they can't move forward with it either as having for sale restrictions on those units. I wish I could give you a better answer. We try in every instance, and this one, we can't.
And as you stated, from my previous question and Commissioner Weatherford's, that is an option to purchase outright or lease to purchase.
Yes. The difference
Now.
is we cannot restrict it as such, but there certainly will be the option, yes.
Any other comments, Commissioner Weatherford?
On your stipulation letter, Mr. Moore, it says conversion will occur only when market conditions allow. Is that what you're saying is standard language, or is that?
That is what I'm saying, is the language that's been used in the prior applications. Approved, yes.
My understanding is that particular statement is not enforceable because of market conditions, because who decides market conditions?
Right.
Is there any way you can strengthen that particular stipulation?
The issue we have, and that's referenced in the letters as well, is if we drop a time certain to that conversion, it has the same effect as putting in a for sale requirement as if you drop in a time requirement. The reason that language is put in there is to demonstrate the intent of moving forward so that what's being built is being built to condominium standards, and so that opportunity, when it presents itself, can move forward, and there's a commitment to doing that. That's why it's placed in the letters, and that's why it's been placed in the stipulations and conditions on prior approved projects, just like this one in this very same area.
Well, in your letter, it says, it talks about conversion for sale, but it doesn't say, unless I missed it, is anywhere in there it says they're available for purchase immediately?
No, that question had not been asked until right now, but I do know that to be the case.
Would you have problems putting that in your stipulation letter that they were for lease, purchase, or lease, or purchase, or lease purchase from day one?
We do not have an objection to that at all. But that be an option as part of the stipulations.
Thank you.
I've got a question based on your answers and what Commissioner Weatherford's asking about. In stipulation number 6 and 7, you talk about, well, actually, it's 5, 6, and 7 are kind of all go together. It says, the units shall be converted to for sale units at such time as market conditions allow. But now you told Commissioner Weatherford earlier if he wanted to go in and buy one today, he could.
Yes.
And then in number 6, it says about conversion of the units to for sale condominiums, which the unit that Commissioner Weatherford talked about would be converted to for sale. The units would be made subject to the Georgia Condominium Act and then comply with all of that. And then it says upon conversion, the applicant would record and enforce declaration of condominium covenants. And then in number 7, it says that upon submitting that and putting it under the Georgia Condominium Act, the applicant agrees to the creation of mandatory condominium association. I don't see how all those things are going to happen if one person comes in and says they want to buy it.
The language in the letter when it speaks to conversion is a term of art under the Condominium Act and in real estate law, whereby a project such as this, a building, is the entirety of the project, the entirety of the units are converted. There's a rental to it's called a conversion to the for sale condominiums. That's a project decision and the steps that occur.
So the reality
that's
then,
what that is talking about, is the project converting to all for sale, not.
So then the reality is, and the answer to Commissioner Weatherford's question, the answer is, yeah, he can buy it, but none of this kicks in until the applicant deems that they want to convert it over in mass to apply 5, 6, and 7.
Right. Well, he asked if you would be able to buy one on day one, and the answer to that is yes.
But that's
answer
not
to
the
your
complete
question-
answer.
That is the answer.
Well, yeah, he
Answer
can
to-
buy it, but none of the conditions that the commissioners are being told would kick in, don't kick in until the applicant decides that they want to convert it at the whole lock, stock, and barrel to come underneath the condominium Georgia Condominium Act, and the creation of the covenants and the mandatory HOA and all that. None of that happens until the applicant decides that it's appropriate, regardless of whether Commissioner Weatherford wants to buy it or not. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that when the project is legally converted to condominium.
And who decides when it's legally converted?
Just like the stipulation says, the owner at that time would convert that and undergo that process that the Georgia Condominium Act covers and real estate law covers how that occurs, and those then would be subject to the Georgia Condominium Act, and all of those would kick in and be triggered and enforceable as part of the conversion. But the question of, are these available to buy or lease purchase from day one? Yes. That's why it says the language in that stipulation where it talks about that, the ones you were just pointing to, it says all units may be leased in accordance, not shall be or have to be. It may be leased, and that's why it's put that way.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I will contend that I think that 5, 6, and 7 are somewhat misleading in the fact that, and that's why it never happens, and that's why it hasn't happened. This may be standard language, but I will tell you it doesn't happen for all the reasons you just heard. Because yes, someone can come in and buy a unit. They're not going to get the protections that are listed in 5, 6, and 7 because the applicant or the owner of the property, which if it's rental, is a single entity, decides when and where and how it's converted. So what happens is 5, 6, and 7, that's why they don't happen. So it's just words on a piece of paper that we have not seen as a county ever happen. And so I would just like to point out to the board that although Commissioner Weatherford could buy a unit if he wanted, none of 5, 6, and 7 are going to happen.
Pretty sure I can't afford one.
But to his point, I mean, from a fundamental perspective, you can lease purchase, you can lease, or you can buy. There's no doubt you can have that legal transaction. Additionally, that person is at risk of being the only purchaser, for lack of a better word, in the entire complex if it never gets converted to for sale condominium units under the Georgia Condominium Act. And that's what it is. Not unlike a subdivision that's got eventually going to be converted over to, you know, the homeowners association and the covenants that cover it once it becomes, the builder holds it until it's turned over.
Right.
So if I buy a home in a subdivision until that builder turns it over, which may be 6 months, 6 years, depending on how long it gets built out, that's a eyes wide open kind of environment for the buyer and the seller, between the buyer and the seller, both prior to Georgia Condominium Act being enabled and once it is enabled. So there's again splitting hairs there to a certain degree. So the motion before us, if there's no more commercial or comment.
Can I just ask County Attorney to just, I know you asked about the enforceability. Can you just make any comment about, you know, what we're talking about here with 5, 6, and 7 versus purchase and
My opinion is that 5, 6, and 7 do not give any assurances as to the conveyance or the conversion, and they could certainly use some work.
As
So
to what?
they are very, well, they are very difficult to enforce, and I mean, I would be happy to work with Kevin on language here, but these do not give any assurances to the board that what is represented to be going to happen will actually happen.
I don't disagree with your statement. Don't agree, but his statement, the 5, 6, and 7 were written specifically the way I mean, it was written with intent. You're saying if the board wants to make it more, if you would, accountable, so to speak, that it actually occurs, that there's other language that could be introduced at a later time that might make 5, 6, and 7 more of a possibility or more probable as opposed to being possible as it currently exists.
I'm saying that as normally would occur, for example, in a contract situation, if both parties negotiate language, it would reflect both parties' interest in the language. This language was brought forward to us, but I always believe that it makes more sense to negotiate language.
So
And when you say bring forward, I mean, if the board approves this as is, nothing else is going to come forward.
correct. So my next question was going to be, we have a motion and a second. Is before I call the question to that motion, would the district commissioner entertain an alternative motion to hold this for 30 days to give us the opportunity to have the county attorney? And
That's fine. I mean, I'll amend my motion to hold it for 30 days.
is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There's multiple seconds. Any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. I think we've gotten into a particular environment that's looking forward as opposed to what has been done in the past, and it's important that we be diligent in our efforts. And I compliment everyone involved in this process because this is not black and white, and the dialogue is good to make sure we do the right thing. You're standing up there because,
I'm anticipating a break, and I was wanting a head count.
pardon me?
I was anticipating y'all taking a break after the vote, and I was going to ask for a head count before the break.
Okay, that's appropriate question. Thank you. Commissioner Cupid didn't wait for the break.
Yes, she had to go. She had to go.
So with that regard, let's take, as it relates, did we call the question on that holding? We did, and it was 5-0?
Yes.
We did that, okay. So call for a head count on Z42, John.
Thank you.
I got to show people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z42 Columbia Properties.
Please raise
Capital
your
One
hand. As some of you are standing, please raise your hand. Those in oppose, and please stand in one place. It'd be good if you're opposed to it, you know what zoning case we're talking about. This is Z42, Columbia Properties Capital in West Cobb. Al, could I get you to move over between Millie and Thea so that the reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution could have a seat next to Mr. Ricky?
Okay. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z42 Columbia Properties Capital One LLC? Please raise your hands.
I don't know. For the record. They laid out the paper weird. They had the first section and the second section all combined into one printed section. So it actually appeared in the last page of the first section was combined A and B. So you had to go all the way through all Sunday. You guys said it turned over. That's it. So where do we stand, John?
Mr. Chairman,
Z42, correct?
let the zoning record reflect that there are 48 people here opposed to Z42, and 95 people in support of rezoning case Z42.
95, hey, please, please, please. 95 in support and 42 in opposition.
48.
48 in opposition. For, folks, it is 10:52. We're going to reconvene at 11:10. 11:10. We're going to reconvene at 11:10.
Thank you. I'm touched. You know, I'm gonna actually.
Okay, we are back. We are back for the May 19th, 2015 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. The case before us is a little bit out of order. We're going to take Z42 for the record and just for announcements. We are going to hear Z42 in its entirety. Then we will take a lunch break at a time to be agreed to, or a time to be agreed to by the board. So Z42 will be the last case we hear prior to a lunch break, and then we'll take the rest of the calendar up after lunch. So I say that to say that if you're here for one of the other cases, it will not be taken up prior to a lunch break. Also, before John calls it, this next Z42 is one that's, I think warrants considerable consideration by all involved, to include the applicant, the opposition, and the board in particular. To that end, I would like to waive the 10-minute rule with the board's consensus and allow the applicant to take his time to present in detail what's before us. However time he takes up, which will be reasonable, will be allotted for the opposition in the same amount of time. What I do want to avoid is you speaking for X minutes, the opposition then coming up and speaking for Y, which then I gotta turn back and give you some, then you speaking for 20 minutes and come. We're not gonna go into bouncing back and forth. You're gonna have one shot to present it. Opposition's gonna have one shot to present their perspective, and then we're gonna bring it back to the board. So, Mr. Parks, we're glad you're here. You wanna call the case?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z42, Columbia Properties Capital One LLC. Request rezoning from LRO and R20 to NRC for the purpose of a retail shopping center in land lot 334 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Dallas Highway and the westerly side of Castile Road. Earlier, there were 95 people here in support of the application, and there were 48 people here opposed to the application. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
And I remind you, if there are multiple speakers, the entire time has got to be divided equally among you to a degree in which you think is appropriate. Mr. Huff.
Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Parks Huff of the law firm of Sams Larkin Huff and Valley, and I represent Columbia Properties today in regards to this application that's before you. Columbia is a local Cobb County company with their offices in East Cobb, and they have a proposal for a retail and restaurant development on Dallas Highway at the southwestern intersection of Castile Road and Dallas Highway. I have with me today several people that may be able to come up and answer questions that I'm not able to. Dan O'Neill and Andy Campbell with Columbia, have Jeff Orr and Abdul Amir with A&R Engineering, who are traffic engineers, and we have Scott Maddox with Paulson Mitchell, our civil engineers. So we've got plenty of people that can answer some very detailed technical questions that I may not be able to answer. The Planning Commission heard this case 2 weeks ago, And after extensive hearing, we had 135 people here in support of the application, and the Planning Commission heard the case, and after the presentation of the opposition and the applicant, they unanimously recommended approval of the application as we present it to you today. However, we've continued to have some dialogue with the county staff to fine tune it, and you've got two letters of agreeable stipulations, one dated May 14th, 2015, which is the letter of agreeable stipulations that was presented prior to the Planning Commission meeting with updated Planning Commission comments. You also have a letter dated May 18, 2015, which adds some very, very important stormwater commitments and requirements to address some stormwater concerns from downstream property owners. We have, from the beginning, taken a very different approach in this application in that we reached out to the immediate adjacent property owners in a meaningful way to get a dialogue going with them about the application. We also had a larger outreach, and we met with all the major homeowners associations, or as many as we could, in West Cobb, and we're open to invitations from anybody. So when you had 100 or 95 people here in support this time, 135 in support last time, I also have petitions here in support of the application. It's got 851 signatures, plus I was given another 8 this morning. Those letters in support are based upon actually understanding the application. And it is very important to understand how much dialogue we've had and continue to have. We've also engaged the adjacent, and the site plan is up on your monitors here, and Dallas Highway is to the lower part, but it's reversed. Its north is going down and south is going up. To the west is a subdivision with several lots that adjoin the subject property. Castile Park is the name of that subdivision, and we have engaged them. And one of our speakers today is a representative, an adjacent property owner who supports the application. We have support from the Castile Park representatives, and we have a petition here. They reached out and were able to discuss the case with 24 of the 28 homeowners in the subdivision. 24 signed a petition, and I'm handing that over right now, so you've got a copy of that. And so you can see what dialogue we've had with the neighborhood. The property is a 20-acre tract. It's on Dallas Highway. It is at a signalized intersection of Castile Road, and it is just beyond the avenue of West Cobb. The Avenues is a 267,000 square foot development with very nice retail and restaurants. It was a little controversial when it came in, but it is one of the most signal parts of this area of West Cobb. And what we propose is a minor expansion of that retail development on the other side of Castile Road as proposed here. You can see the retail development in a V pattern. The anchor, if you will, is a national organic grocer, Sprouts. They will be the driving force for this development. And we've had commitments from other retailers such as Steinmart, and we've had a tremendous amount of commitment and interest from many, many different restaurants. Let me start out by saying what this is not, because the opposition has made some points about concerns about being a big box retail. Our largest box is around 31,000 square feet. For example, if it's a modern Kroger or Walmart or Target or something like that, you're way over 150,000 square feet. So this is not a big box retail. It's a small retail development with smaller boxes to fit the neighborhood around this and the community that is served by this development. The logical expansion of this activity center is consistent with nodal planning that the county has pursued for Dallas Highway for many years. Dallas Highway there's been a desire not to have commercial spread east and west out Dallas Highway. The Avenues goes to the Castile Road, and this is a 20-acre tract that is totally encapsulated by an existing R20 subdivision. It's also on the western edge of it has a cell tower and a relay tower. And most importantly, across the road is a 112-acre park that the county acquired many years ago, a few years ago, to stop a proposed commercial development on that side. So there is no logical expansion of this node beyond this 20-acre tract. It does not logically jump the existing R20 subdivision. It does not logically go around a 112-acre park that is acquired by the county. If I can get to the next slide, you can see the nature that we put a lot of efforts into architecture so that we are having the lifestyle center architecture with the wide sidewalks, walkability, landscaping along the throughout, and very nice architectural features. And you go to the next slide, you see some additional things there. And if you go to the next slide, this is a very important slide. It goes back to what I start out with, and that is we have signatures with 851 people in support of the application, and we actually mapped where those people lived. And so you can see in relation to the subject property that the people who are in support of this are the people who will be shopping here. And it shows the need, it shows the want, and it shows the market that is out there for expansion of this retail center. So it's very important to understand that not only is this support, it's support from people right there. It is also support from people who fully understood the project. They were met with at their individual clubhouses. They were shown the site plans that you're seeing here today, the architectural renderings you see here today, and they understood what was being proposed. And what the feedback we got almost unanimously when we met with folks and explained it in detail was, we like it and we want more restaurant options, we want more shopping options, and what better location to put it in at an already existing and already successful retail area. The avenues in the village, the avenue which is just west of us and then northwest of us, or east of us and northeast of us, is a Kroger shopping center and a Belk's, which is Village Green. So there's both of those shopping centers are already in close proximity to the subject property, and are actually properly categorized as community activity center, even though your land use plan designates them as a neighborhood activity center. We have, in addition to that, we have a Facebook page with 2,500 likes on it, showing again the mass support that we have for the proposal. If I can go to the next slide, you will see in more detail how this property lies in relation to the park that I was describing before. If you see on the north side, you see the Green Meadows Park, and you see how it expands way west down Dallas Highway. And you can see the neighborhood shopping, which is the cell tower and relay transmission tower that's got the arrow there. That's the western edge of our development. And then you see the R20 subdivision, the Castillo Park subdivision, whose representatives are here going to speak in support of the application. That wraps this entire 20-acre site. So what we're talking about is a reasonable and rational expansion of the activity center that already expands slightly on that side of Castillo Road, but there is no reason why the expansion could not be the entire 20-acre tract, and as we propose here today. If you look at the need in the area, the vacancy rate for retail on Dallas Highway from Burnt Hickory out to the Paulding line is only 2%. You have only roughly 30,000 square feet of available retail space in that entire section. That is an extremely, and that's broken up into 5,000 here, 5,000 here, and 5,000 here. So there is no available space for this. The opposition will say, well, you could go put this somewhere else. You could put this at an activity center that doesn't have anything at it at Mackland and Barrett Parkway. But why would you put it in a less desirable area? The best place to put a successful retail center is next to an already successful retail center. The synergy between that will work. very well. If you moved the organic grocer down far from this site, if you want to go to Eddie Bauer and then go to the organic grocer, now you're driving a huge distance. You've got more restaurant choices and such right in one area, and that makes logical and consistent sense. The Planning Commission looked at this application, and they had a very long dialogue about it, and they unanimously recommended approval of the application. And I wanted to go through some of the comments that the planning commissioners made, because I think it's very important to understand why they made this decision. It wasn't just a flippant decision to unanimously recommend approval. Planning Commissioner Trombetti said that the land use plan cannot just be frozen. It is not realistic, given the growth in the area, to just set a land use plan for 15 years ago and not account for increased demand and increased needs. So that was Christy Trombetti's comment. Commissioner Gunther says that that conditions have changed, and pointed out the park across the street. And he said, we every January change the land use plan, and this is the changing condition is the fact that that this 20-acre tract is totally encapsulated, so it will not allow expansion of commercial down Dallas Highway. It limits it to this tract with the purchase of the park across the street, and the increased demand and the increased residential development in the area are the changing conditions that Commissioner Gunther thought was important, and why he made the actual motion. Commissioner Williams stated that the population increase and that it will continue to increase support the increase of this node by a reasonable amount in a place that is reasonable. She said it's the right plan, the right developer, and the right time. That was Commissioner Williams' comments, that it was the right developer, the right plan, and the right time. Commissioner Terry noted that traffic is a concern, but that he noted all the improvements that were agreed to and through the numerous studies that we have done, and that the traffic improvements that we would make would alleviate the traffic in this development. I do need to point out, the traffic improvements are not insignificant. It includes a signalized intersection on Dallas Highway. Our east and westbound lanes and north and southbound lanes would all be expanded. And our access points, we've had very, very long and detailed discussions with Cobb DOT that have worked out the stipulations that are part of the land use plan. And then Christy Trombetti further stated that she could not think of a better location for this project. I go back to that, adjacent to an already successful retail development, why would you not put something in that's already been a success there? And Commissioner Galt Porter noted that you do not normally stop an activity center at a signalized intersection. It would normally include all four quadrants of a signalized intersection, and that it would be a natural fit to go with the avenues and to expand the activity center. So it includes both quadrants of the Castile Road Dallas Highway intersection. So that was the comments that your planning commissioners had regarding the application. The question of the need, I can go through several points of why this is needed. One is that the demand that we have from the retailers shows the need, because they go to an area where there is demographics, there existing sales that support it. So we know there is a tremendous amount of need, and we've heard from a lot of the community that took their time to come up here today that shows that it is needed. The population has increased over a 14-year period by 34% in this 5-mile radius. And it's going to continue to grow. And, you know, the Avenues was built, you know, many, many years ago. And to think that you define an activity center and do not allow for reasonable expansion in a reasonable manner is unrealistic, as Commissioner Trombetti noted. That just does not satisfy logical conclusions that you make about planning, because you plan for the future and you have to allow for changes to happen in the future. This is a $40 million investment, and it is something that will generate $2 million in sales tax revenues and ad valorem tax revenues. It's very much needed in this area. I've wanted to talk a little bit about what we've done with adjacent neighbors, because we've talked to them. Two of the speakers you're going to hear from today is an adjacent property owner right here, and the adjacent, the property owner that's not adjacent but across Castile Road that is in this entire road frontage from here to here that is most closely related to the development. You can see that the large 45-foot, this is over twice the size of the buffer required that we have designed here. And in addition to designing the increased width, if you can focus on the slide down here, you can see that the shopping center is recessed down a retaining wall. This is a minimum of 45 feet of landscape buffer, and then fencing, and then on the other side of the fencing we also have agreement of Leland cypresses. All this is contained in the letter of agreeable stipulation. So we have worked very hard to create not only a foot separation from the neighborhood, we've agreed to a very extensive landscaping plan, again in the stipulation letter, and fencing, and then the grade differential also increases that. If you look on Castile Road, you can see the terracing and the double rows and triple rows of landscaping we have on Castile Road. This is looking up Castile Road towards Dallas Highway. This looking down Castile Road with the development, from Dallas Highway with the development on your right. So the development as you come down Dallas Highway has an entrance point close to Dallas Highway, but once you get past that entrance point, the shopping center will not be visible. It will be behind heavy landscaping. It will be behind the landscaping and the grade differential along Castile Road, and that's a 30-foot landscaping buffer that's along that entire area there. So once you get clear the driveway that is our access point on Castile Road, it's going to be heavily landscaped and screened from it. We also have commitments with the neighbors on limitation of the development hours, limitation on the dumpsters and delivery hours and how that will all function, and all in an effort to ensure that we have done everything we can to minimize the impact. The opposition seems to think that no one would want a retail development next to them. The reality is people who have bought here some of them have bought because of its proximity to the avenue, to be able to walk up a sidewalk on Castile Road that's in existence to Castile Road. So, I mean, that is an amenity, and this is going to be an additional amenity for people who want that. If you do not want that, you don't buy in this area, you might buy somewhere else. I've also heard said, you know, I moved to West Cobb to be away from everything. And I'm sure there are some people who move to West Cobb to get away from everything. But the reality is that every sales literature for home sales in West Cobb says close to the avenues. So you can't tell me that it is not something that drives people to move to West Cobb, because if it's used in the marketing material for the sale of homes, you know it's important. And people are moved to areas because of a multitude of issues, not just to get away from everything. Some of it's home value, some of it's schools, some of it's proximity to work, a multitude of reasons. But the Avenues has been a very success, and when it came forward several years ago, it was very controversial, and I don't think that there's anyone that really would dispute the fact that it has been a success and that it has been an asset for this area of West Cobb. And all we're talking about is a reasonable expansion of that avenues. And there I want to show you in greater detail. This is the landscape plan, again, contained in your stipulation letter, and you can see that the amount of landscaping and the size of commitment of the evergreens is larger than normal. This will create a very good buffer. The neighborhood central feature up front, right on Dallas Highway, is a huge microwave tower. So it is impacted by this microwave tower on Dallas Highway. We are going to create a green belt adjacent to us with significant buffers and grade differential that will be helpful to the neighborhood. As I'm sure you're aware, there's been an inordinate amount of emails that you've received in support of the application. I've gone through the file and seen a whole lot of them and been copied on a lot of them. And we've pared it down to a few folks that wanted to talk and present to you today on the application. And the first person that I'm going to ask to come up here is Bonnie Gandy. She's the representative for Castile Park, a directly adjacent property owner. Next person is Jerry Tickner. She is the president of the Essex Park Homeowners Association, which is a homeowners association off of Friendship Church Road, very close to the subject property. Then I have Denise Hines, who is representative of Mini West Cobb Homeowners Association. And lastly, Cynthia Land, who is on Castile Road, directly adjacent or directly across Castile Road from the subject property. So I'm going to ask them to come up here, and then I'm going to wrap up real quick.
Okay, Mr. Parks, I mean, I was given some latitude to the amount of time you're going to take. You're now at 23 minutes. I'd like to make sure that we don't go any further than 30 minutes on this. So please, I'm going to cut people off at 30 minutes.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Gandy, and I live at 3760 Carmen Court, actually in the Castile Park community. My house, my home, actually is an adjacent property to the Parkside land development that will be built, and my neighborhood wraps around the development. We do not have a formal homeowners association in the neighborhood, but for the last year, myself and another neighbor have tried to organize the community together to take care of our common areas and other things in our neighborhood. When I first heard about Parkside, I was excited about Sprouts and about all the shopping and the restaurants that will be nearby, but I was concerned about the impact that it might have on my home and my neighborhood since we're the closest. Representatives from Columbia Properties invited all of our residents in our neighborhood to attend a meeting to hear about the development and voice our concerns. Columbia was very receptive to our concerns at that meeting and in several meetings since then. They have now addressed almost all of our concerns and are clearly concerned about being a good neighbor with us. Because of all of the work that Columbia put in and the stipulations that have been agreed upon to satisfy our concerns, I agreed to meet with as many neighbors as I could to get support for their development. There are 38 homes in our neighborhood. I was able to speak with approximately 28 of my neighbors myself and provide them with information, and we were able to get 24 to sign the petition in support. There were unfortunately 10 homeowners that for whatever reason we were not able to contact or who did not participate in any of the meetings. I think Parkside is going to be a great addition to our community and to our area, and I appreciate so much the efforts that the Columbia Properties team has given just to say a little bit, any documents we asked for, any questions we had, they openly addressed them and provided us with any information, so that made us feel really comfortable. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Tickner, and I have lived at my home for 16 years at 755 Chanson Drive. I am the HOA president for Essex Park. We have 98 homes. We are about a 1 mile walk to this development. We do have a neighborhood Facebook page, and I can honestly tell you that Essex Park truly supports this Parkside project. I can't tell you how excited I am to have a high-quality development anchored by Sprouts nearby It will be amazingly convenient to have additional shopping and dining within walking distance of our home. Currently, whenever my friends and I play tennis over in East Cobb, we all drive separately because we pack our coolers and stop at Trader Joe's or Fresh Market or Whole Foods on the way home. There's no reason not to have an organic grocer and additional restaurants and shopping options in West Cobb. I would think that the East Cobbers would truly appreciate it. Thousands of homes have been built in the last 10 years in West Cobb, but very few shopping centers. If all we do is keep developing neighborhoods, it isn't going to improve our community. We can all tell that Columbia has put a lot of thought into the design, architecture, and landscaping of the center so that it will be very high quality. I'm a realtor, and I feel like something of this caliber will only help increase the home values in West Cobb. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Denise Hines, and I live at 5503 Clipper Bay Drive, which is in the Echo Mill subdivision. We have lived in West Cobb for about 20 years. I also own a property management company on Dallas Highway. We manage over 10,000 homes in West Cobb. I get the pleasure of speaking with a lot of people in West Cobb, many of whom support this development. In my opinion, Parkside West Cobb will be great for the West Cobb for a number of reasons. First, we need a larger tax base in West Cobb. There have been thousands of homes zoned in the last years, but very little commercial property. Commercial property pays a much larger percentage of taxes than residential property. There's been a lot of senior living development zoned recently, and most people don't realize that these senior residents are exempt from paying taxes that goes directly to the schools. Per Columbia, the property on which Parkside currently resides contributes $15,000 annually in property taxes to Cobb County. When complete, Parkside will contribute $2 million every year to Cobb County in property taxes and sales taxes. Approximately half of those taxes, or approximately $1 million, goes to the school every year. When the land use plan was developed, the schools were not overcrowded and were not in financial crisis. We have lost many teachers during the Cobb County public school budget crisis, and without good qualified teachers, our schools will suffer. Without exceptional schools, our property values will suffer. Second, we need an organic grocery store option out here. It doesn't make sense to drive to East Cobb every week. People complain about traffic, but driving out of West Cobb and into East Cobb 15 miles doesn't reduce traffic. If you could shop near where you live, it would greatly decrease traffic countywide. Lastly, I understand the opposition primarily points out the future land use plan, but that plan was written a long time ago and rarely modified. Rezoning the piece of property will not set any precedent other than conceding that this individual piece of property and this individual development is good for Cobb County. It is very clear to me that Parkside West Cobb is the best interest of Cobb County, so please vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. There's about 50 seconds left, ma'am.
My name's Cynthia Land. I live at 3755 Ramble Lane. I'm the closest house to Parkside, so I had many reservations. After meeting with the Columbia, they've addressed my concerns. They found solutions for the noise and restrictions and visual aesthetics. Since I don't have much time, I'll cut it short. I will say that I do approve this now. They've addressed all my concerns, and I'm looking forward to this, and I ask you to approve it.
Thank you. That concludes the time allocated for the applicant. It makes available 30 minutes available for the opposition to speak.
I've placed a copy of the letter of constitutional objection to
Harold,
this.
I'm going to need your name for the record.
Sorry?
I need your name for the
Yes,
record.
okay. I'm Harlan Krim, and I've just placed this constitutional objection letter to the zoning application in the record.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Commission, I am Harlan Krim, and I live at 269 Castile Road. I'm here along with my wife, Joanne, in opposition to this zoning application. Neighbors are here in attendance as well. We strongly believe that the proposed huge shopping center is not appropriate for the subject property under this rezoning application. The layout of the center, as shown on the site plan, runs 3/10 of a mile down Castile Road, changing it dramatically from a residential artery to a commercial corridor. This project extends farther down Castile Road than along Dallas Highway. And in fact, it runs as far down Castile Road as the avenue along Dallas Highway from the easterly end to the PNC Bank. As you can see in your documents, all the services and support that support the stores, i.e. the dumpsters, loading docks, and the backs of buildings face residential, while the front of the stores face Dallas Highway. The proposed buffer for residences behind Castile Park, I understand, is 45 feet with a 20-foot wall. There's a 30-foot buffer proposed along Castile Road, a stacked wall running from the shopping center probably around 1,200 feet down Castile Road. The buffers that run behind the avenue are wooded forest land that extend back a couple hundred feet or more and protects the homes on Ramble Lane among other residential areas. This project cannot be considered a natural extension of the avenue. The avenue at its deepest point is approximately 700 to 800 feet from Dallas Highway, and the avenue extension is not more than 400 feet from Dallas Highway, and the bank property is probably no more than 200 feet back. When the extension of the avenue was approved several years ago, it was stated that Castile Road would be the ending point. We do not agree either that this project is a neighborhood center. It's more a community center based upon what we've heard about the proposed anchor and other stores. So we're very concerned about the degradation of our property value. We do not want to look at a high wall 35 feet from Castile Road, 30 or 35 feet, nor the tops or the backs of large store buildings, and our neighbors don't either. Allowing this commercial development deep into R20 and R30 residential would seem to be unprecedented. We, the citizens and property owners, need to feel that we can rely upon the land use plan. If a correction to the plan is needed, a study should be conducted, public hearings held, and then a plan adopted, and the land use plan should not be changed through zoning, in our opinion. Joanne and I have worked in Cobb for a collective 70 years, educating and attempting to improve people's lives, and we're here today trying to protect what we've worked hard to achieve, and along with resisting extreme commercial encroachment into residential neighborhoods. So it is our plea that you follow the staff recommendation and deny this zoning application. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Gambrell, and I'm president of People Looking After Neighborhoods. The site plan presented here today does not meet county ordinances, and it is in direct conflict with the comprehensive plan, as the majority of the site lies outside of a county-designated commercial node with well-defined boundaries. In addition, this parcel has text in the comprehensive plan due to the inherent uniqueness and the need for added protection in perpetuity. Per section 134-213, purpose and intent, the NRC districts are facilities which are on properties delineated within a NAC. Areas zoned for NRC should be located at or near the intersection within the center of the NAC, as opposed to the edge of a NAC. And the scope at which properties are developed within the NRC district should reflect their relatively small neighborhood service area. This is clearly not the case. After reviewing the signatures collected in favor of the development, 71% were from areas outside of the 30064 zip code. Slide one, please. Per section 134-213-12, use limitations, B, all structures located within the NRC shall be appropriately scaled in relationship to the transitional nature of the immediate area. C, one anchor tenant not to exceed 70,000 square feet. one additional tenant not to exceed 20,000 square feet, and the remaining tenants not to exceed 75,000 square feet. No neighborhood retail shopping center will exceed 140,000 square feet. These considerations were not addressed at the Planning Commission hearing. The site plan as presented currently has 146,610 square feet, and this does not include the approximately 23,000 square feet of outparcels anticipated for the corner. Next slide. The Cobb County Comprehensive Plan contains extensive text for this property to better establish a node cutoff point for the existing NAC at this intersection. The BOC will only consider uses permitted within the LRO zoning district, adequate screening from adjoining residential properties. Applications for rezoning of property in this area will be evaluated for appropriateness based upon these criteria. This amendment was made January 21st of 2003. Slide 3. The applicant's traffic consultant stated there would only be 6 additional car trips per hour to this site. We believe this count to be inaccurate, and in reality, this site would need to generate 8,000 car trips a day to be viable. Slide 4. The Board of Commissioners has required generous buffers to protect the residential character of properties that abut commercial. The Avenues has buffers of at least 150 feet, and the Village at Old Trace 100 feet. While the applicant made concessions and changed their proposed buffering to 45 feet from 25, this buffering fails to provide protection compared to the existing commercial buffers to residential. There are potential or known drainage problems at Lake Wilderness and Old Trace Lakes downstream from this site, as they have limited stormwater system conveyance typical of older developments. No infrastructure improvements are planned for Dallas Highway or Castile Road by the county, ARC, or GDOT. Columbia Properties is once again requesting you, our elected officials, to disregard the county's ordinances and land use plan. If you vote to approve this project, it will establish a dangerous precedent and set the Cobb County taxpayers up for a stream of litigation due to the arbitrary and capricious nature of zoning decisions. We are looking to you, our county officials, to protect its citizens by upholding the county laws and deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Melissa O'Brien, and I represent West Cobb Advocate. When people purchase their home in Cobb County, they do so knowing that the county has zoning ordinances that protect their most valuable investment. And while everyone supports sound economic development, this development should not be to the detriment of existing neighborhoods. I too met with Columbia Properties. What they proposed, a high-end shopping center, what they call a high-end shopping center, sounded good to me too, until I did some research. There is no guarantee that it will be high-end, and in fact, 1/3 of the neighbors in the Castile Park community did not sign the petition. Some families who purchased property adjacent to the site under construction did so knowing they may have homes built behind them someday. They purchased their property in good faith that their local government would uphold the law and the comprehensive land use plan that states that this land is set aside as low-density residential, 2 homes per acre. And now they have homeowners, and now the homeowners have to fight to keep it that way. These homeowners have to fight their own West Cobb community too, because the truth is we all want an organic grocery store, a clothing retail store, and restaurants to dine in. We would all enjoy the convenience and accessibility of fresh vegetables, but at what cost are we really willing to have all of this? What the developer won't tell the community is that their buffer will only be 45 feet behind these residents. They promise magnolias and landscaping, but will that really drown out the daily sounds of trucks, the lights, and the dumpsters? The developer also won't tell you that Sprouts is just another 30,000 square foot grocery store. We have plenty of organics at Kroger, Publix, Nature's Market, and the soon-to-be-built upscale Whole Foods on Barrett Parkway and 41, just some 6.5 miles from this location. The developer also won't tell you that they cannot promise high-end anything because until a name is on the building and the customers are in the door, tenants can come and go. They describe a walkable community, and yet I don't see people walking to the avenues or the village. The developer won't tell you that we don't have the demographics in West Cobb to support the high end that they are promising in the community. Our demographics are different than East Cobb. The developer also won't tell you about traffic. We looked at their traffic study and we are very concerned. It appears that the study is skewed so that the warrants are met for the median break and the proposed signal on Dallas Highway just west of the intersection of Old Hamilton, Dallas Highway, and Castile Roads. Page 20 of the median break justification study indicates that the northbound-southbound approach on State Road 120 at Castile and Old Hamilton Road is presently functioning at an E. The study also suggests that the majority of the westerly flowing traffic to the center will be bypassing the entrance on Castile Road to drive 0.2 of a mile and wait for a left-hand turn signal to the new light. This is a highly unlikely scenario for us busy West Cobbers. We have also found that more than 70% of those surveyed who say they are excited about this proposal are not from the immediate area. So that means that if they are from Ackworth or Brookstone, they will use Old Hamilton Road, or if they are from Powder Springs, they will use Castile Road. These are two collector roads, which by the traffic study engineer's own admission would be pushed from a level of service E to an F. The county's own staff recommended denial of this proposal. Quote, the adverse effects of the properties to the south and west may result in a use that would cause an excessive and burdensome use of existing streets. The proposed median break would reduce the flow of traffic, which already suffers from high peak hour volume. I talk to a lot of people in my community when I am out and about with my kids and family. I currently serve as a PTSA president of my school, and I'm very active and involved. We in West Cobb are a very busy group of people who don't always have a lot of time for all the details. However, once the details of this proposal are explained, people respond that it sounds like a great concept, but it's the wrong location. It takes leadership to look at that complete picture and to assess its implications on the entirety of the community. This includes looking at how the minority is impacted as well as the majority. Facebook posts from people asking for, quote, convenient shopping when there are actually other locations that are already zoned commercial within a 7-mile radius do not trump the rights of individual property owners. It is the county government's job to ensure it upholds code and the comprehensive land use plan to ensure these rights, because if you let it slide here, there will be more cases like this before you in the near future. We respectfully ask that you say no to Z42. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Susan Heike, and I'm a resident of Sweet Pine Creek, a subdivision of 80 homeowners who have invested in $600,000 homes located less than a mile from Z42. We have sent you a letter stating our opposition to Z42. As you can see from the map, we're very close to Z42. And also, we border 54 acres that run south to Dallas Highway. It is currently zoned R30, but is advertised as potential commercial. It is not adjacent to any established or designated commercial property. If granted, Z42 will set a precedent that will increase the likelihood of commercial development on this property, with a 45-foot buffer between us and them. Once developed, the noise, lights, and possible crime will negatively impact our property values and our quality of life. It will also set a precedent for changing the land use plan so that this type of arbitrary zoning continues, which will negatively impact the quality of life all over West Cobb. Even the county zoning division recommended that Z42 be denied because of the adverse effect on the properties to the south and west down Dallas Highway. If you do vote in favor of Z42, I ask that you please comment on the Zoning Division's recommendation for denial. The applicant claims and the Planning Commission believed that Z42 would provide high-end shopping for our community. However, Sprouts has mixed reviews, and Steinmart has mediocre clothing. Every neighbor that I talked to regarding this, and I made a lot of phone calls in my neighborhood, they all said they would not shop at Steinmart. It is questionable that these anchors will attract high-end stores. Please don't use high-end shopping as a reason to vote for Z42. I'd like to comment on some of the statements made this morning by the applicant. He stated that the letters of support are based on an understanding of the application. But do they really understand what the precedent that this application sets? I don't believe they do. He also stated that the petition signers want more shopping and restaurant options, but at what cost to our quality of life, which will be affected by the approval of Z42. And finally, he states that there's no logical expansion of this node. After all, there's a cell tower on the south and a park on the north. But sometimes zoning decisions are made that aren't logical, so I'm not convinced that commercial development will stop at Z42. Growth is inevitable, but we do not want to see West Cobb become like East Cobb with its empty stores, densely populated subdivisions, and daily traffic jams. We urge you to vote no on Z42. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Paul Paulson, a 39-year resident of 985 Castile Road in West Cobb. The avenue of West Cobb was approved in 2002 at the intersection of Castile Road and Dallas Highway, even though not allowed by the county's comprehensive plan. The plan restricts avenue-like projects designed to draw shoppers community-wide to community activity centers where two arterial roads intersect. It's a public safety issue. No such intersection exists here. Castile Road is a two-lane road burdened by blind hills and treacherous S-curves. Now, new commissioners, new applicants, new public clamoring for an upscale grocery store and more dining options are again putting this place at risk by an inappropriate rezoning application. Traffic increased exponentially in front of my home on Castile Road with the coming of the avenue. I know because of the serious collisions I've seen at the Dallas-Castile Road intersection. On April 13, 2011, a 16-year-old student driver made an incautious turn, and the resulting collision killed his 45-year-old mother, Kimberly Nichols. The Merida Daily Journal has published the 10 most dangerous intersections in Cobb County. Dallas and Castile made the list. The applicant has claimed that having a Sprouts store will actually reduce the volume of traffic. Ask yourselves, will the couple of hundred shoppers now traveling east to Harry's offset the potential thousands drawn to Parkside from all points of the compass? I've met with 3 commissioners personally, but I was told that 2 could not accommodate me, Commissioners Burrell and Commissioner Cupid. Commissioner Cupid's office said she was too busy with her own district. But Commissioner Cupid, you have studied staff Z42's Steinberg recommendations about stormwater. You know that building 20 acres of rooftops and blacktop in my district is sure to have a deleterious effect on yours. Where does all that extra runoff ultimately pool? Your backyard. Upstream projects like Parkside move formerly safe homeowners into the danger zone. A change from residential to commercial sets a precedent here that extends county-wide. No homeowner would be safe. So what's the benefit? Just shopping convenience and monetary returns. It'll be like winning the lottery for the family that inherited the land, and for the developer, and for Parksoft's law firm. But we are not here to discuss economics. That is not a consideration in zoning, nor is popularity. Law protects the few from the self-interests of the many. The United States Supreme Court found zoning to be a constitutional restriction on the use of private property for the public good in its seminal case, Village of Euclid v. Ambler Realty Company in 1926. The majority opinion written by Chief Justice William Howard Taft defined zoning as a body of law designed to preserve the character of residential neighborhoods so that the values your home provides today are preserved for your children tomorrow. And for those families living next door to a future Parkside, again, ask yourselves, commissioners and supporters alike, would you be willing to sacrifice your own backyards for such temporal benefits, for a future of enduring the sights, sounds, and smells this proposal promises? I trust that you have listened, not only to us, but to your own staff, trained professional land planners who overwhelmingly recommend denial. But if any of you should feel the urge to ignore them, I respectfully request you first address, item by item, how you could justify approval of Z42. I think you owe us that courtesy. There is a text amendment to the comp plan regarding the LRO at this corner, which states, quote, in order to protect the historic nature and surroundings of the Bullet House and to better establish a cutoff point for the existing NAC, the Board of Commissioners will only consider uses permitted within the LRO zoning district. Architectural styles compatible and complementary to the Bullet House will be of paramount importance. Application for rezoning a property in this area will be evaluated for appropriateness based on these criteria. How much clearer could that be? You can do the right thing, support the spirit of the law, and just say no. We and future generations will thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
My name is Don Bloom. My address is 3662 Cambridge Drive. I'm also have a driveway that comes in off of Old Trace Road. I'm a resident that has property 5 acres on Old Trace Lake, and my only concern is the flow of water that will come from the new development. As you can see, the blue lines that lead down from the new development as well as from the avenue comes in exactly at my property. I have substantial silting that has occurred on my property from the water flows, and I'm just concerned that with the new development, no matter how well it's maintained, that it's going to be adding to the silting of the lake. And I'm just asking, putting on request a dredging of the lake of some fashion if this project is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Roger.
Name is Roger Berkey. I don't live in West Cobb. I live in East Cobb. Just want to offer you a little different perspective. I was involved with a citizens committee that evaluated park properties for our bond issue, the first bond issue. Unfortunately, we didn't carry through with the second. I hope that we can retain the character along Dallas Highway. I hope that we don't impact Bullard Farm. And I hope that you realize zoning is a matter of trust. I hope we can trust you commissioners to abide by it. I would offer something rather simple to outline the situation. Imagine I'm at McDonald's this morning and I spill my coffee and it spreads across the table, doing damage as it goes. I get out my napkin and I provide a boundary to prevent further damage. That's the idea behind zoning. As I say, a matter of trust. As a former Boy Scout, I understand that. I hope you do too.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. This time I'd like to present it to Commissioner Weatherford for discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, we have someone for DOT here. I can't see Representative DOT.
Janie.
Oh, I see. All right, sure. Sorry, I didn't see you back there.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Strickland with DOT.
Could you address what DOT has in their stipulation letter as far as this development and what has been done, if this is approved, to address traffic concerns and safety?
Sure. Would you like me to go through all of our recommendations?
If you could just summarize it, or briefly, whatever you have, if you don't mind.
I guess the first one would be on Dallas Highway. They've requested a traffic signal and a median break.
Okay.
We're in support of their signal analysis and median break warrant study. It'll have to go before Georgia DOT for the final decision.
And as far as stacking lanes and things of that nature?
Yes, we've asked in our revised recommendations from last Friday that it be a protective left from Dallas Highway into the development. We had safety project along Dallas Highway where we had put in protected left, meaning that you would only be able to turn left when there's an arrow.
Have we reviewed the traffic study presented by the applicant?
Yes,
Are
we
we have any issues with that or in agreement with that, or what?
We are in agreement with it. I believe it did not account for the out parcels in their traffic study. So part of our recommendations was asking them to revise that to accommodate the out parcel traffic.
All right, and what about Castile Road? What is the recommendations there?
The recommendation for Castile Road was for them to relocate their driveway at least 125 feet from the bank driveway on Castile Road. And that's part of the development standards, and that's just to allow, if two cars were simultaneously turning left, that there would be enough room for that decision to happen. We're also asking for a 4-foot raised median along Castile Road.
And the majority of the cost for these improvements are borne by the developer?
By the developer. Another recommendation we're also asking is for them, we're gonna ask Georgia DOT if we can have a project to extend the left lane storage on Dallas Highway for both Castile Road and Old Hamilton. There would be a match that the county would have to do with Georgia DOT. We're asking for the developer to share in that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for her?
I do. Go ahead. Thank you.
Commissioner Cupid.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you mention if there's a traffic light at Castile and Old Hamilton?
Yes.
There is a traffic light that's there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are there additional traffic lights proposed? You said from Dallas Highway. How about Castile Road?
No, they just asked for a traffic signal on Dallas Highway and a median break.
Okay.
Commissioner Burrow.
If the entrance on Dallas Highway, if the signal is warranted, I know that's a GDOT, I guess, decision.
Yes.
The developer will pay 100% of that?
Yes, that's what
I
we're
think was in
recommending.
your recommendations. Okay. And they're agreeable to that?
Yes.
Doesn't matter.
Should ask.
Well, I know.
Yes, they're nodding yes. I'm not able to speak for them.
Okay, and the entrance on Castile, how far is it from Dallas Highway? How many feet?
Oh, from Dallas Highway, I'll have to scale it. We were asking for it to be 125 feet south of the bank driveway, but I'm not sure from Dallas
Okay,
Highway.
okay.
It would meet at least our 250-foot recommendation. So it's probably about 400 feet or maybe more from Dallas Highway.
Okay. That's more than I thought. Okay.
Thank
Because
you.
it was originally planned further down towards.
The one on Castile?
Mm-hmm.
It was closer to Dallas Highway. We're asking for them to
Oh,
move it
I
to the
got you.
south.
Okay.
Or maybe
Okay.
the directions wrong.
Thank you. There are also some questions about stormwater. Could Mr. Beard come up and answer those, please?
Yes, sir. Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division.
Have you reviewed this application and made your recommendations and et
Yes.
cetera?
And the latest addition to the STIP letter does include the recommendations that I had made in my original comments that include an additional water quality volume greater than what we normally request on developments, as well as increased attention to account for the sensitive nature of Lake Trace, or Lake Wilderness and Old Trace Lakes downstream. That's correct.
And are you satisfied that this meets as best you can what's necessary to prevent any issues? Are there other things that can be done? I know that's a loaded question.
I believe so, but in addition to that, we are requiring them to do downstream analysis on both points, Old Trace and Lake Wilderness. As a downstream analysis, we usually only go to 10%, what we call a 10% point, where the drainage area is, the site is only 10% of the drainage area, but we're gonna have them treat both of those as a study point and do a pre and post development analysis to make sure that with the additional detention that we're requiring is not impacting either of those. And if it is, then we'll readdress that and say, going to the next storm down may not be enough. You might need to add more detention, but that will be subject to plan review based on those results of those downstream studies.
And if it is required, they were required to make those modifications?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Any other questions, Stormwater? Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have any questions? If not, I'll make my statements and my motion.
You're leading the conversation.
Thank you, sir. It's been a long, hard journey, and there's a lot of people that have presented and spoken to each and every one of us regarding this particular application. And I'd like to thank everyone for their participation, even those that couldn't be here today that have participated via phone or email. I think we all know in the last 10 years there's been significant growth in this area of West Cobb, with thousands of homes being built and a large increase in our population within the area which this property is located. However, at the same time, as noted, that there has been less retail and commercial that has not kept up with the population growth, as evidenced by lack of vacancy rates between Burnt Hickory and Paulding County line, which is somewhere around 9 miles. So there obviously is a demand for additional retail, and I've heard from many constituents that would like to see shopping, organic groceries, fine restaurants in West Cobb. I think it's been stated before, it's certainly not my job to have a popularity contest or to make accommodations for those that may or may not fit the county's plans and policies concerning the future. I've always said, and I've always wanted to keep the look and feel of West Cobb and of Cobb County and each individual areas of Cobb County. And I've always said in my 12 years of elected experience that I would never make a decision based whether I get reelected or not, only what I think is best for all the constituents that I serve. In that regard, the county land use plan reflects only a small portion of this area within a neighborhood activity center, or NAC, at Castile and Dallas. I did, after some concerns from ones that I've talked to and listened to everyone, I did consult with legal regarding and researching the past decade, if you will, of land use changes by this board or this body. It is evident that from that research and from what I've been told by legal, that the land use plan is a guide and it's not cast in concrete and it's not binding on future decisions. In fact, there have been well over 400 changes to the land use plan within the last 10 to 12 years, either by zoning rechanges, rezonings, or changes requested by commissioners. It's also been said and iterated many times that this would commit or start a precedent. Legal opinion from our staff is that each rezoning is unique and does not constitute a legal binding precedent. That being said, I spoke with our staff and also their acknowledgement that the NAC, or the Neighborhood Activity Center on the other side of Castile, has been actually developed as a community activity center. As stated, the Avenues at West Cobb has 267,000 square feet, which is over 120,000 over what a neighborhood activity center, which it's zoned for, is allowed. The Village Green on the other side, directly across, weighs in at 190,000 square feet, which is 50,000 over what is required or allowed in an act. So my conclusion is that the avenues in Village Green are inappropriately labeled and do not provide for appropriate transition within this commercial node. However, this subject property in terms of square footage fits within a few thousand feet at 146,000 of what a neighborhood activity center allows. Further to the point, this rezoning seeks to expand the existing commercial node to 3 of the 4 quadrants there. And there have been arguments advanced by the opponents and others that rezoning this property would create an adverse precedent, which would allow unbridled commercial growth along Dallas Highway all the way to the Paulding County line. But what I see affording total protection along Dallas Highway going westerly is the county-owned 112-acre Green Acres Preserve located on the north side of Dallas Highway directly across from this property. And the Green Acres Preserve effectively cuts off potential for inappropriate spread of commercial west on the north side of Dallas Highway. And also what I see is the property is surrounded by Castile Park subdivision where a majority of the residents support this rezoning. Castile Park provides an effective transition and cutoff for non-residential development on the south side of Dallas Highway. You know, for all those reasons and because reasonable expansion to existing community or neighborhood activity centers is appropriate, I believe that the developer has provided adequate buffers that have been installed to protect the surrounding residents. And in fact, they're greater than the requirements that are in our code for a neighborhood activity center. I believe that the architecture is consistent with adjacent developments as noted by staff, and that we do have a proven developer that has been in Cobb County for the past 35 years. And there is a willingness to provide and a willingness to accept the very amenities and services and shopping that I believe the majority of my constituents want, as well as the economic impact that this property would bring, as noted by some of the speakers. And the fact that DOT has worked with the applicant to address multiple traffic, to mitigate the traffic as best it can, and all of those changes and mitigations will be held by the developer. And then finally, I am supportive of this proposal and believe that the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation is approval is the one we should follow. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion.
Please do.
I move that the property be rezoned to the NRC classification subject to the May 14th, 2015 revised stipulation letter from Sam's Larking, Huff, and Valley. That the May 18th letter from Sam's Larking, Huff, and Valley, which specifically outlines how the developer intends to handle stormwater management, detention, and downstream considerations. Subject to the DOT's revised comments and recommendations dated May 15th, 2015. Subject to Water and Sewer Division's comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Subject to the owner and developer to enter into a developmental agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for the dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. Mr. Chairman, that is my motion, which I can assure you that I've thought long and hard about and feel that is the best use for this property to benefit West Cobb.
Okay, I'd just like to add that you, on your motion, that you say all other staff comments and recommendations were not in conflict, it's to be in conflict of
Yes, sir.
fire and historic preservation. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Cupid. Any conversation or discussion? Commissioner Rott.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by just, I'm very familiar with Columbia Properties. They have done some developments in East Cobb, and their offices are actually located just down from my house, and I think they do a great job. And I think that this project, the proposal and the character of it is a great project. I just cannot agree that it's the right place for it. And I think some of my comments are not going to surprise anyone with what the comments that I just made on the last zoning. But what's different about this one, you know, the last zoning we talked about the fact that there was a master plan developed by the community. Here we have a text amendment. And yes, I know Commissioner Weatherford talks about how there's been multiple changes to the future land use map. But text amendments were designed to give special instruction to future boards as to the direction that not only the past boards, but also that the community want a area to go. Because text amendments like land use map changes are vetted by the community at public hearings prior to being adopted or rejected by the Board of Commissioners. And that language of those text amendments is developed by our legal staff and our planning staff, along with the direction from the board and the community. And so, to give you an idea, only 5% of the parcels in the county have text amendments applying to them. So this is not something like the future land use map where, you know, yes, we make some zoning changes, and the future land use map without text amendments is where the board identifies those areas that, as time marches on, may require some changes and updates, which is why we do it every January, to account for changes in the community, changes in development. You know, I heard a whole lot about all the shops that East Cobb has, but the rest of the story that I hear all about when people come up and oppose the zoning is about the traffic in East Cobb. Well, the traffic in East Cobb is a result of all the shops that you say you like, and you can't have both. As a matter of fact, Johnson Ferry, it took a master plan, once again, to try to fix past zonings that basically the entire Johnson Ferry corridor from Lower Roswell Road to Upper Roswell Road is unrestricted CRC. And that is what you get. This corridor here on Dallas Highway, through the use of nodal concept and also text amendments, is developed more like Upper Roswell Road in East Cobb, where you have nodes of commercial development separated by communities so that you don't overburden the road. As you get close to the Johnson Ferry corridor, and believe me, I hear about it every Christmas in particular, you get bogged down because the nodal concept was not put in place on Johnson Ferry, and you get a lot of traffic. Staff recommended denial for a reason, because it didn't meet the land use map, but also because it did not meet the text amendment. You know, if the board moves in the direction of throwing out the land use map or throwing out text amendments, where do you stop? There is no guarantee, as Commissioner Weatherford said, that the R30 on the other side of the residential R20 neighborhood is protected from being developed. There's no guarantees that the VLDR next to the Bullard property is protected, because what would it be based on if we're going to say that the land use map holds no credence? So I think that we're going down a very slippery slope by just saying, well, there's been numerous changes to the land use map. You know, to me, the single biggest thing here is this text amendment, because that is unique. Only 5% of the properties in the county, over the 229,000 parcels that the county has, only 5% are regulated by a text amendment. So it needs to be given a little bit more weight and bearing than just saying, well, it's the same as what's in the future land use map. So I cannot support this project on this spot. Somewhere else, I think that it would be a great addition. It would give the folks in West Cobb that were supported this some of the retail. And, you know, as to the quality retail, my understanding in my discussions with the applicant's representative is if they don't get the median break on Dallas Highway, you don't get a Sprouts. It doesn't happen without the median break. And that median break is dependent upon GDOT saying that it meets the warrants. So as some of the opponents said, there is no guarantee that Sprouts is going to go there.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner
Yes,
Cupid?
comment. Thank you. I just wanted to address the gentleman who spoke and said I wasn't available to speak regarding this zoning. I just wanted to clarify that I've had multiple meetings with respect to this zoning, and that I apologize that I wasn't able to meet your request at 12:30 on Thursday. I actually came in from a flight on Friday morning and had zoning meetings all day that day. But I try to make myself as readily available to meet with respect to any zoning in any district, because at the end of the day, we all provide one vote towards a zoning, and I wanted to make that clarification and want you to know that I am available if you need to discuss any other future zoning that with you reaching out to me a little bit earlier in advance, I will make myself available. I do have some clarifying questions with respect to this zoning. For nodal development, I know that there had been some discussions in the past with respect to zoning around an intersection. And I just wanted to know if we can zoom out of this map so we can see the development along Dallas Highway. And would like to just get some clarification on what is considered the node for this site. Is it the area entirely between Due West Road and Old Hamilton? Or are we looking at nodal development at being intersection development, for instance, around Old Hamilton and Dallas Highway?
John or Dana, who wants to take this? Dana?
Good morning, Commissioners. Dana Johnson, Community Development. Usually the comprehensive plan is the policy document that kind of sets the nodes. The original concept for this was for the nodal concept to cut off at Old Hamilton Road. That was the purpose of the text amendment that was included in the comprehensive plan document for that.
Okay.
And that was how that was developed.
Can you address the NAC that's then on the other side of Castile Road?
The NAC that's good observation, Commissioner. That was actually, and Jane, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think that was a result of a road realignment where when they realigned some road, that was actually part of the other parcel that's on the east side of Castile Road. And because of that, that's why there's a portion of commercial still there.
Okay. I see green space on the other side of the road. The zoning actually has it as future commercial on the other side. Is that part of the park property, though?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Also have some questions, and I don't know if this may be directed towards the representative for the applicant, or you may be aware, but I'm curious to know what the buffer requirements are for NAC next to residential and how this addresses.
The buffer is required buffer is 20 feet, and we have a 45-foot buffer that is not only just 45 in width, but it has a wall, grade differential, heavy landscaping, and a fence. And we've met with every one of the property owners adjacent to there. They're either neutral in support.
Okay. Can someone provide a map of the development of the site, please? Okay. I'm curious to know, Mr. Huff, is it intended, I see out parcels that are along Dallas Highway, is it intended for those to be developed at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I make observation of that because a lot of the more intense development looks to be closer to the existing residential. Has it been contemplated to provide an increased buffer so that those sites are not so close to the existing residential areas?
If you, okay, I think you'd rather me use this. And if you're talking about that the out parcels are more intense,
Well, along Castile Road, there's a subdivision, yeah, on the other side of Castile Road, if you continue to go up.
yeah. On the other side of Castile Road, when you go by the entrance, and the entrance will be moved a little bit further down this way, this is not an out parcel, that's a detention pond.
Okay.
And so that'll be heavily landscaped. And then the views that I showed in the presentation, this is a double row of landscaping with terracing and fencing. And so once you get past the entrance, all this will be greenery down here. And as such, you don't even see the backs of the buildings. The intent is to have the least intensive parts going in this direction here. The woman who spoke in support of the application actually lives on the property that starts here and goes all the way to here. So she is in the portion that is most heavily impacted. That's the reason why we thought it was most important that she come before you and speak to you and share that we've addressed her concerns. And she is in the most, largest section of property that's on the opposite side of Castile Road. On this side of the development, this is the large microwave, basically a cell tower, but it's actually huge. It's a microwave relay tower that's been converted to a bunch of cell towers, also cell relays on it also, but it's right in this location right here. And then we met with the property owners all along here, who are either, as I said, support or neutral on the application, based upon the landscaping and buffering that we've provided them.
Okay. Are you familiar with the text amendment that's in the future land use map?
Yes, I am.
Can
And-
you clarify for everyone what that is?
Well, I mean, the text amendment, if I'm not mistaken, was done in 2003.
Okay.
And a lot of things have changed since 2003, including the county spent $18 million purchasing the parkland across the street. One of the things that I thought was interesting when we met with neighbors is no one actually knows that it's a county-owned park, because the county hasn't been able to do anything that makes it really accessible to the public. So, you know, even the people in Castile Park had no idea, you know, that's a county park, and, you know, you go walk on it and use it, but it's meant to be a passive park, and it will be, if it can have the amenities added where it can be accessed by the general public, great addition to the area. But that's a change that's happened also in the last 13 years, 12, 13 years, increase in population. And you figure, you know, the Avenues has been there for about that period of time. You know, go forward another 12 years and think how many more homeowners will be out there in the area in 12 more years. And if we haven't built for the future now, then it's even going to be more of a situation in 5, 10 years down the road. So the text amendment was done a while ago, and a lot has changed since then. The land use plan, you know, is, the staff will tell you, is meant to be a guide. It's not written in stone. Otherwise, that would just be a zoning ordinance. You just have it as a zoning ordinance. But it's a land use plan. It's a guide, and a lot has changed since then.
Okay. There were some comments made with respect to who is in support or not in support of this application. You had a map with some concentric circles that show support of the area.
Yeah, those are 1, 3, and 5 concentric circles.
Okay.
And
With
that shows right there and the reason why we did 1, 3, and 5 is 3 is the real radius that retailers use. They look really heavily at that 3-mile radius, because that's going to be where their major shoppers are going to be from. You know, 5, yes, but, you know, 3 is your hard, you know, is what they really look at. So we want to make sure that we showed you that the folks that signed the petition are people within the 1, 3, and 5-mile radius of the application. And it is based upon meeting with the large homeowners associations, small ones too. Anyone that wanted to meet with us, we sat down with them. A very similar presentation we had before you today, telling them exactly what we were proposing out there. And the support was resounding.
Okay. How many people signed in support?
851 is in the petition, and then I think 7 more was handed to me from a homeowner who lives in the Due West community. He took it upon himself to walk around his neighborhood and get 7 signatures, brought it today, you know, and handed it to me. So 58.
I think an opposition shared that only 25% of those people lived in the surrounding zip code.
Well, yeah, 30064, if they're using 30064, 30127 is the zip code that includes, is
Whoa, guys, please.
Powder Springs address begins at Castile and Friendship Church Road.
Okay.
So it is less than a mile from this property is 30127.
Okay.
Brown's Farm, which is on the north side of Dallas Highway, is 30127.
Okay.
So if you look at the zip codes, that's not the whole story. The Powder Springs zip code wraps around this site less than a mile from the site on the south, and as you go west, goes north of Dallas Highway, and includes one of the large subdivisions. Brown's Farm is in a Powder Springs zip code. So, you know, the zip codes that are relevant are 30127, 30064.
Okay. Just want to share some general comments is that I respect the amount of time that goes into developing a future land use map, because that does provide a significant guide for where a community desires to go. But I also respect the fact that interests change over time. And to learn that that text amendment was added over 10 years ago, and to hear so many people come out in support of it, it provides a mixed bag. I know for the amount of comments that I received, the number of emails I've received a majority in support. And my concern is how many people live in that immediate area versus live further away. But there seems to be overwhelming support for this project. And it's difficult to oppose it not being in this area, and to hear from so many people who are looking for this change here. One concern that I have has to do with buffer. Whenever there's an intense development around a less intense development, whether or not we're being mindful of people having what do you call it, quiet enjoyment of their property, and not having to deal with the noise that and other distractions that may come from a more heavily developed area. But I think that's overcome by so many people who live in that area who are in support. From the woman who spoke, whose property is across the street, and she said she felt comfortable with the development and also with the other landowner when it was shared that he's in support. That that coupled with the fact that the buffer is being doubled, I don't see that being that great of an impediment, and find it difficult, at least at this moment, without hearing from other commissioners, reason to object.
Thank you. Before I kick it over to you, I want to just point out that Cynthia Land, who did speak in support, who lives adjacent or across the street on Castile, is part of the financial makeup of the property owners that will benefit from that. So there's some relationship there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask politely once. We are in deliberation between the five of us and guests that we call up for clarification and further information. We are not up here as part of a television show in which you comment to what's said. That's not how this works. So I'd appreciate that you let us deliberate, you let us contemplate, you let us pursue our own direction. But there was a indication of approval of the project from a person to Jason who represents a property owner who's most impacted, but there's a tie to that person as it relates to the project. And I just think the board needs to have that understanding, whether you like it or not. So I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, I appreciate that. I wanted to respond to that too.
Wait a minute, we got one at a time here. Commissioner Ott.
Park sat down before I was going to ask a question because I was going to ask about the same thing. There's on the up on the screen, it shows at the bottom of this parks, you have this little, I'll call it the pointy finger there, and there's the rectangular piece of property. Is that the piece of property that the chairman's referencing, or is there any plans or discussions with that property owner to expand this down to that?
Oh, no, that
You see what I'm talking about?
yeah, let me make sure I understand.
Because I was going to ask the same question the chairman just asked, and I didn't know if it was that rectangular piece.
Okay. Are you talking about this property right here?
Yes.
He is signed in support, and there is no no.
But that is not the property that the chairman just referenced?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all I had.
The one I referenced, point out the one I referenced, please.
He's referencing this property right here.
Oh, on the other side of Castile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Burrow.
I just had a couple of comments too. I did meet or speak with by phone several of the folks that are here today in opposition. And I apologize, Mr. Paulson, but I do not recall a request to meet with you or speak with you. I will go back through my emails. I apologize, but I did not know that you had requested a meeting with me. I did speak with Commissioner Gorham. I spoke with Fran Jackson, Melissa O'Brien, Kelly Gambrell, and several of the opposition, so I apologize if that was an oversight on my part. been a long process, a lot of participation, which I appreciate. I like hearing from the public, both for and against. And overwhelmingly, the emails and calls that we got were in support. And I do want everyone to know that we do look at those and consider every aspect. It's a high volume, but you know, even though it's not in my district, it's a decision that I don't take lightly. To me, the fact that you have the avenues on one side, a dinosaur-looking cell tower on the other end, the NS there, and the support of the most, well, the bordering adjacent in Castile Park, 24 out of the 28 that were contacted, and the other 10, I guess, were not, they were not able to reach. But the majority of the support in there goes a long way, in addition to the emails of the surrounding areas as well. I think as far as the land use and the text amendment and expansion of the node, I think with reference to this parcel only being zoned as is proposed, I don't see expansion down the road, and I do think it could stop there. So I would support this proposal.
Commissioner Arndt, of course.
Dana, could you come up? I got a question for you. I'll try to make it as clear as possible. And it's been a while since we've had this discussion, but I know I think we're either in the 5 or the 10-year cycle. Could you kind of just go over, Cobb County is not the only one that has a comprehensive plan or a future land use map. They're required for us to have them, are they not?
They are required for any community in the state of Georgia that has zoning is required to have a future development map, which we determine to be the future land use map.
What is the purpose of having them?
The purpose of the comprehensive plan is to guide growth and development in the community. That's private and public investment.
Okay. And what does the county get out of having it? I forget the term. It's qualified.
Qualified local government status.
And what does that do for the county to have that?
The qualified local government status is the status where we are able to compete for different state grants, non-transportation state grants. The main beneficiary of that is our water systems. When we are trying to do water expansions or large stormwater things, we're able to go after different funds the state has to help reduce the cost of those investments.
Thank you.
Sure, Commissioner Burrow.
I apologize. I was not for you, Dana. That's just a general comment to Mr. Krim. I was out of the office when Mr. Krim came in to meet with Commissioner Weatherford. I was not available, but my assistant sat in and did meet with him. So thank you, and I apologize too.
My thoughts of this, this is, so Cobb County has been a community that for almost 15 years now, as we go through zoning, defer to the district commissioner to lead the conversation and direction. The understanding is that the district commissioner has a better feel and a pulse for what's going on in their particular district, and there's discussion that leads towards the changing conditions that might lead to rezoning. I mean, this, by definition, a rezoning is asking for something different than what the underlying by right zoning is. In this particular case, the underlying right is R20, meaning that an R20 could be developed here under the LDR application without any zoning process. The entire zoning process is to allows someone to take and consider changing conditions and bring forward a proposal that might be more appropriate for the changing conditions, but also takes into effect and into account the surrounding community and area associated with it. In Cobb County, as Dana just eloquently indicated, there's a future land use map that we use as a planning document and guide. And on this particular price of property, there's even, it goes further into that as been discussed, a text amendment specific to this corner. With that said, if we were to not have had this zoning in front of us, and so let me go back first before that, and to that end, staff's comments under paragraph E clearly says the NRC section of zoning ordinance requires that property to be within the NAC, CAC, and RC land use. Very specific. Paragraph D, however, says we acknowledge that the NRC was built out, the property adjacent is probably built out a little bit more into the NAC category as opposed to CRC that is currently, or the NAC is currently built out of CAC rather than NAC, which is currently zoned or designated. So we have some somewhat conflicting information there. The next thought is that part of what shapes development, shapes the land use map is staff and the commission. As we update the comprehensive map every 10 years, and annually we adjust it as well to be adjusted on actual zonings, commissioner proposed changes, and on staff proposed changes that are hopefully looking into the consideration of what changes are made. And I bring that up to say that zoning is only, changes to the future land map are only used or only made by zoning when zoning is made in conflict with what the future land use map was that was in place at that time. So when we make our annual changes to the future land use map, those made because of zoning decisions are done matter-of-factly so that our future land use maps reflect the actual underlying zoning. Staff recommended zoning change, or staff recommended changes to the future land use map are where our professional planners feel that there's a trend or changing conditions or some other condition that exists that they believe the board should consider changing the future land use map to take that change, the future change into consideration as we model, inform our development, future development. And then there's the entity called commission proposed changes. And often that's done in both ways. Commissioners will recommend we change to be more intense, while there'll be other recommendations where they'll be proposed to be less intense. It's clear that this particular future land use map change and the text, the intent 10 years ago when that was done, assuming that 2002 was the right date or 2003 was the right date, was done after the avenues was presented, and it was done intentionally 10 years ago at the leadership of the district commissioner and the board of commissioners who voted unanimously to support it at that time. I personally am in conflict because the zoning that's being requested does not meet our ordinance or our future land use map. But I also recognize that come January, it could be a moot point if the district commissioner or staff were to bring forward a recommendation to change this corner as part of policy based on changing conditions that district commissioner and or staff believes is important. And if that would go through the public hearing process, similar to what we did today, and in January, February, the board would make a decision whether or not the future land use map and or text needs to be modified to reflect policy based on the conditions that the existing board brings forward. And there would probably be as much of an intense conversation about that change as there has been today, should that go that way. So where we sit ourselves is the chicken and the egg, no pun intended, but nevertheless, do we allow the zoning and change the future land use map, or do we deny the zoning and take up the battle again and change the because I guarantee you that this is going to come forward for consideration of a change to the future land use map because of the intensity of the nodes that are developed across the street from Castile. On the other hand, there's property at R30 across the street in VLDR from this property that will be traveling close to a quarter of a mile, the way I estimate it, with a artificial wall and vegetation that is going to be overwhelming, I think, in terms of aesthetics versus a natural tree buffer that might exist. But on the other hand, if it's built out to LDR, that buffer might not exist at all, and you may be looking going down the street looking at backyards with wooden fences and a couple of scraggly pines, if built out to the underlying zoning. So this is a difficult challenge and difficult position to be in, and I appreciate the fact that everyone has spent so much time and energy involved in this particular project, and I wish it was a popularity contest, and in which case we would just roll up the carpet, we'd go upstairs and put a box out here, and you guys come vote, and it'd be the end of it. That's not the way it is. We as the commissioners unfortunately have to take, or fortunately, are given a responsibility by you to take into consideration all the perspectives, the ordinance, the future land use maps, and what each represents and where we are, and we have to make a decision. I say that not to indicate where I lean one way or the other with this particular project, because I've oscillated back and forth. There's good decision, there's good rationale as to why we should not support it, because it's existing law and land use and future land use, and there's good reason why we should support it as it moves forward towards conditions that are changing in the area. DOT just made a significant amount of improvements to the Castile Road, Dallas Highway intersection to accommodate for the unanticipated, I guess, growth that occurred there, or the growth that has occurred, not only making changes to that intersection, but going back on Dallas Highway, made extensive changes to the entrance to the avenue to include not only additional laneage, but different signalization to help make it safer in that regard. So the one thing that is constant is this is a changing, evolving community. And it's one where we find ourselves at a crossroads that I think is one of the more challenging dilemmas for the commission. But there is law that's in place, and we need to weigh that considerably. So any other comments, Commissioner Ott?
Mr. Chairman, I think you make a valid point from the perspective that there is a process. And the reason I asked Dana to come up was to talk about the fact that there is a process, the 5-year, the 10-year updates, and the whole process of having the future land use map changes and amendments in January is part of that overall process. And I think that it serves the board, the county, the citizens of the county better to follow the process versus making land use map changes as a result of zonings, because what happens is if the board can move in the direction of trying to follow the land use map and the comprehensive plan, text amendments and things like that, what happens is it gives a little bit more clarity to the public as to exactly what direction the board can be anticipated to go. It also gives clarity and direction to the development community because it sends a very clear message that this is what the board thinks. It gives an opportunity for any district commissioner every January. Commissioner Cupid just used the opportunity this past January to redirect major portions of corridors in her district to try to move it in a different direction than she felt it had been in the past. And so she used the process, and and I think that that's important, that the board look to use the process instead of just allowing the process to happen as a result of the zoning.
Thank you. Commissioner Weatherford, you've been very quiet. Commissioner Cupid, rather go to her first.
I agree with everybody's comments up here. The reality is that we make decisions that complement the future land use map. We make decisions that don't complement the future land use map. We've done it today for other zonings. We do this all the time. I'm not saying the future land use map is not a significant guide, a good guide, but this is why every time we have comprehensive plan map amendments throughout the year, that we have so many that are as a result of our zoning cases, is because we make these decisions on a variable basis that give us the opportunity to take into account contemporary circumstances. And I think that it is unfair to say that all decisions are beholden to a decision that could be made a decade ago, 15 years ago, when it's not only observable that conditions are changing, but you have so many people out from the community that says, we want this. Whose decisions shall trump whose? One of the most vocal and very active proponents for modifying some of the future land use map changes in my district, they come from one part of the county, but they have a sensitivity for how the entire district looks. So they make decisions and they galvanize support based off of somebody's opinion who doesn't even live in the immediate area right by where they live. And I appreciate this person's involvement because they do help to improve the area. But again, whose decision trumps whose? At the end of the day, I think it's important to consider those that live closest to a property and to be able to take into account decisions that could be made, or else why is Commissioner Weatherford here? I mean, he's here to be able to respond to people who contact him and ask for him to be considerate of their ideals. And if we were just to go by the future land use map, his voice would be moot. So I appreciate what Commissioner Ott is sharing. I appreciate what Chairman Lee is sharing, and just want people to know that this is a variable process. This has never been something that's been permanent for us to consider in any of our zonings.
Commissioner, do you have any further comments?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weatherford.
Yeah, and I appreciate what everybody said, and again, this is I agree with Chairman Lee and others that have spoken, this has been a very difficult decision to weigh back and forth. But as I said, I did not take this lightly, and I did go back and research, and Commissioner Ott's assertion that we wait till January, in fact, since 2003, we've done this over 250 times that zonings have changed the future land use map. Therefore, I don't believe it affects our standing with ARC or with any other grants, because we have a future land use plan that is ever-changing, and it's based on changing conditions. Those changing conditions certainly have been there since 2003. The plan of the park across the street was not there. Any number of things, and I believe that it is a guide, that we use it that way, and it is something we take seriously. But the fact that there are changes to zonings every time we meet, and then we reflect those changes as we go forward in January to codify those and make sure that now our future land use plan reflects the rezonings we did during the year. I believe that this particular one is that such example, and I feel comfortable recommending it.
Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. I think we've discussed this at length, and I think it's been robust, and I appreciate the fact that all 5 commissioners have been part of that conversation. Call the question. The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioner Lee and Ott in opposition. That concludes Z42. As I mentioned before we took Z42, we would be breaking for lunch. Commissioners, it is 1:05. The likelihood of Commissioner Ott, if you guys could give us a moment, please. If you would give us a moment, please. Folks, there's folks here that want to hear what we have to say so they know how to plan for their afternoon, okay? So I appreciate that. It's safe to say you won't be back? So Commissioner Ott will not be returning after lunch. It is 1 o'clock. I suggest we reconvene at 2. Is that okay? Is that okay? Then we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock for the balance of our agenda. Good afternoon. We're back for the May 19th, 2015 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. Before lunch break, we finished and completed Z42 out of order, so we're going to go back to Z34. Could you call the case, John, please?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z34, Thomas Homes and Communities, LLC. Request rezoning from R20 and R80 to RSL for the purpose of residential senior living, non-supportive, in land lots 291 and 318 of the 20th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Ernest Barrett Parkway, south of Burnt Hickory Road, and on the north side of Tuxedo Lane. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z34? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there are 7 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr. Moore, at your convenience.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for the record, my name is John Moore, and I'm here representing Thomas Homes and Communities. This is Roger Thomas, who is one of the better known, if not the best known, senior living developers and builders in Cobb County, and does just an excellent job. This is a proposal for an RSL zoning on Barrett Parkway on 21.6 acres. There's been a few occurrences. This case was continued once. We started out with 91 units and 4.21 units per acre as the density. We were informed there may be a Civil War trench on the property. We continued the case, and we hired R.S. Webb and Associates archaeologists to come out and inspect it and give a report, and sure enough, it was in fact a Civil War trench, and one of the better defined ones in Cobb County to date, anyway, that's been discovered. So we amended our site plan at that point and reduced the density to 83 units or 3.85 units an acre. And then when we went to the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago, the Planning Commission reduced the density to 76 units or 3.5 units per acre, which is a 15 lot difference from when we started, which is a lot. And it's proposed that these units will be single-family detached cottages in the English cottage style, and in the price range of $329,000 and up. I'm going to show you what we have done with the site plan since the Planning Commission reduced the density. First off, this section right here is historical open space, which is approximately 3 acres. And the trench that we're talking about actually goes the entire length of this historical section, some 700 feet. The total length of the trench is some 900 feet, and so we're preserving 700 feet of that. And I think that the historians and Mandy Elliott and the Historical Preservation Commission are very pleased with what we're proposing to do. We're going to put split rail fence around it and keep the entire area as a historical open space. We also reduced the density, as was said, to 3.5 units an acre, and increased the building setback and buffer along Tuxedo Lane. The request had been to expand that, and the Planning Commission put a 40-foot setback on that Tuxedo Lane, which we have done. We've also, and by stipulation, put a 20-foot naturally enhanced buffer along Tuxedo Lane, as well as around the entire boundary of the property as required. We also increased the building setback along Barrett Parkway, and we to 40 feet, and we included in that a berm and landscaping. So as you drive along, minimum 3 feet in height. So as you drive along Barrett Parkway, there'll be a berm and landscaping to semi-shield. You'll see the additional open space shown here. One thing that we did, we had a community garden located in the historical open space, and we moved that down to this location here. And this is an area that the residents can use to have their own gardens if they wish to do that. And they pay a small fee to the Homeowners Association to use that as a garden spot. We also have an amenity package with a clubhouse and a pool in this location with parking. We also changed the configuration. You see some of these units you have 4 cottages together with a motor courtyard in which the garages are located. And then others, you have individual lots. There were the 4 courtyard units along Tuxedo Lane, which we took out and put in individual units. The same homes are in both places. There's not any difference in the types of homes. But we think that we have done what the Planning Commission has requested. We've done what the Historical Commission has requested. We've done what the historical archaeologists showed that we should do. So I think as far as those things are concerned, we have complied in all respects with those requirements. The one thing that has been, to me, the issue here has been the density of this project from the beginning. And the staff, while usually doing a very good job, in this case did not. And I'm not sure why, but they recommended a density of 2.5 units per acre for this RSL proposal, which is, this is LDR, low density residential, and that is it's up to 2.5 units an acre. So they recommended within the land use plan. RSL, when it was originally conceived, was conceived up to 5 units an acre. And it was put in there never to be bound by a land use designation. And by specific language, it says it's not. In there, it says that it should not serve as a precedent for any other zoning category, meaning that the density will exceed the land use plan. And it has. I don't know of a single RSL that is in an LDR that is 2.5 units an acre anywhere in the county from the time this ordinance was adopted. And the reason for that is, there's several reasons, but one of those is that you wanted a higher density in seniors so you could have the high quality product but keep the prices down from what they would be. Instead of being 600 and up, these are basically 300 and up because you're able to have more of them than you would as an R20, especially along a major arterial as Barrett Parkway is. 4-lane highway, some places 6 lanes. So this certainly would qualify as an area that should bring the higher density, even though we thought that the 4.21 was reasonable. The Planning Commission thought it was 3.5, and we have exceeded to that, saying that we will go with the 3.5 as well. But we think that doesn't need to be any lower, certainly adjacent to Barrett Parkway. Another thing is this could not be developed R15 or R20, adjacent to Barrett Parkway. The subdivision next to us on the right-hand side has 2 houses on Barrett Parkway. The rest of the houses are back up in behind woods you don't even see. But this has almost 1,100 feet of frontage, which means that you have a number of houses backing up to Barrett Parkway, which would never be sold. So we ask that you consider our request. We think it's very reasonable. I've got 2 people who wish to speak as well. I want to ask Mr. William Latham to come forward and speak first. And then Mr. Charlie Crawford to come after you. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm William Latham. I'm speaking here on behalf of Jeff Wright of Kennesaw and several of our colleagues with the Cobb County Civil War Roundtable. Our concern for this development has to do with the Civil War trench that's on the property. It's about 900 feet in total, and it's one of the best preserved trenches we've seen in Cobb County and perhaps all of North Georgia. And while it's unfortunate that about 200 feet of it will be lost during construction, we want to commend the developer and let them know how much we appreciate the fact that they're saving about 700 feet of the trench. And it is a massive trench, even by Civil War standards. We'll be working with the developer on a text for a historic marker and some street names. We'll be seeking input from our colleagues with the roundtable and also from Kennesaw State University Civil War Studies Department. And everything that we put together will be subject to review by the county historic planner. And this development is one more example where developers and preservationists can work together to save the best of the past for the future. And we really appreciate what the developer has done in this case, and we would respectfully urge you to approve what they're asking.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm Charlie Crawford of Georgia Battlefields Association. That's a preservation group.
The architectural report indicates there's 960 feet of trench, and the developer is saving 700. For that, we do thank him. In 1864, there was 30 miles of Confederate trench in Cobb County, and now outside Kennesaw Mountain National Park, you won't find anything near this length of trench still left. They're almost all on private property, and we can't get back any of those trenches that we lose. Previous discussions today mentioned the phrase, "things have changed." Well, history hasn't changed, and it can be forgotten, but we urge that sites such as this be preserved to help us remember. And as the developers start to come into Cobb County again in great abundance, as they did about 10, 15 years ago, please keep that in mind when you see any other rezoning applications that are going to affect Civil War earthworks. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, you have about a half a minute. You finished? Thank you. Opposition, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah McCracken. I'm a former Marietta City retired assistant superintendent and active community member. I am speaking on behalf of Kelly Gambrill, who was the president of People Looking After Neighborhoods. Plan and the residents of the adjacent homeowners understand the rights of the property owner and the developer to sell and develop this tract of land. However, the proposed site plan for residential senior living is a stark contrast and not in keeping with the nature and character of this area once leaving Barrett Parkway. Garden Park to the north is a relatively new R20 development with homes selling in the $400,000 to $600,000 range. The remainder of the property is surrounded by an established R80 and multi-acre homes on Tuxedo Lane, which is a private road. The property owners have failed to prove that this land is unmarketable as currently zoned. There are several RSLs in the immediate area that were approved at 3.5 units per acre. However, these communities are adjacent to the activity center and provide further transition in intensity from commercial to residential. These developments were also done with no variances to side setback requirements of 15 feet. Section 134-203.2 for non-supported RSL contains language that allows the Board of Commissioners to increase buffers and setbacks to provide compatibility with adjacent residential uses. We request the Board to consider buffers greater than the 40 feet being suggested. The county has approved buffers up to 100 feet when open space OSCs, open space conservation, has been approved adjacent to established R80. We also request that the density be reduced from the current 4.1 due to the fact that 3 acres is being taken out and not being built on. This changes the density calculation to the 4.1, and request that the density be reduced to 2.5 units per acre. This will allow the homes to be spaced at the required 15-foot setback, if not more. Barrett Parkway is to be widened to 6 lanes in the near future. The brick stone wall interest and landscaping are to be located far back enough so that the future widening of Barrett Parkway will not disturb any of the landscaping, wall, signage, etc. A retention pond will be located in this area as well. RSLs typically have been approved in areas that allow residents walkable access to shopping, churches, or medical needs. However, this location does not allow future residents to easily access these types of features without a car. This is actually an infill project requesting higher density under the guise of senior living. We request that you preserve the integrity of the area that is hidden from Barrett Parkway and increase the buffers along the established R80 zone property and Tuxedo Lane. Deny the variance for 10 feet between homes and approve of density of no greater than 2.5 units per acre. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
My name is John Cook. I'm a retired physician, Vietnam veteran, resident of Cobb County for 42 years, and have lived on Tuxedo Lane for over 20 years. This is good news. I want to thank the developers for preserving the 700 feet of historical breastwork, for agreeing to the 40-foot setbacks along Barrett and Tuxedo, and also they have agreed to reduce the 16 cluster homes that were on Tuxedo to 11 homes. However, we are left with one nagging problem: the density. The density of the proposed development is, we feel, too high. We have 125 letters of local resident neighbors protesting the density. The United States is a republic governed by laws, rules, guidelines, and codes. These are here to protect the general well-being of the citizens. The recommendation of the staff of the Cobb County Planning Commission was a density of 2.5. I believe the codes specify 15 feet between the residences. A variance to me would be if the speed limit were 70 miles an hour and you applied for an 85 mile an hour permit. I just want a variance because I want to go faster. The variance of 10 feet between the units does not follow the codes any more than ignoring the 70 mile an hour speed limit and going 85 if it suits your will, if you want to do it. The citizens of Cobb County are requesting that the codes be honored and the density be reduced to 2.5. My last point. Most of the potential homeowners of this development have worked hard all their lives, played by the rules, saved their money for their senior years. My arm span is 63 inches. This is 5 feet, roughly. At a variance of 10 feet, your neighbor is going to live 2 arm spans between you and the neighbor, and we feel that that's too close. This closeness does not respect the dignity of these hardworking Cobb County senior citizens. We are asking that you please allow these residents a little space to enjoy their golden years and thereby ensure the visual beauty of this piece of Cobb County land. Creating an infill property with a density of 3.5 units per acre does not respect the wishes of the 125 neighboring residents. Thank you for allowing me the time to view our views, and we hope that you will consider our position.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Moore, and I back up the property to the Abernathy property with Sue McDonald. Sue McDonald was a realtor who sold us 5 acres at least, and that was the given that she told us that we would receive, which I'm over 10 acres. We bought this, and that's what we thought we were going to have. The breastwork are on my property as well as this property, and what I was asking for was trails back around the breastwork where I hope they'll give us a fence between the border so we do not ever have a problem with a lost person or falling. We have 2 senior living communities within 1 block. That's on Barrett Parkway, which, as you know, we already have a traffic problem. Clearing the hill would cause rainwater to silt down on my property as well as the lake where the doctor lives. We have gone with signatures. We have really 200 signatures, and no one on Barrett Parkway wants this, as you can imagine. We just ask that we do not have Barrett Parkway like I-75 Johnson's Ferry Road. Please sharpen your pen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to just make a couple of points as
Could I have
quickly
your
as
name,
I
please?
can.
Could we have your name, please?
Bill Waldrop. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Bill Waldrop. My wife and I, Diana, live on McDaniel Road, and we're immediately impacted by this proposed RSL rezoning. And I want to focus first on the staff's observation that this RSL issue doesn't, it's not compatible with the uses of the adjoining lands. And so I would just point to the Higgins's horse farm, which is at one corner of the property. It's a 7-acre horse farm, as you can see. I took these pictures just about 2 weeks ago. Dr. Cook took the picture of the 4-acre lake where 6 families live right there. This is my own, Diana and I have a backyard daylily garden. And the fact is that the people there where we live in this section just didn't expect 91 or 85 or 75 units being built here. And so we just want to reiterate what the planning commission's staff said. What's proposed here is just out of character for the area. Let me move on. I'm just going to jump over all of these commercial properties that are nearby, and I want to go right to where Sue McDonald's property is, and this is the road that comes out of her land, and she turns right there. And what's going to happen with the traffic? These pictures were taken by Dr. Cook at Tuxedo Road, and you can see, looking to the left, and you can see the times when the pictures were taken, and looking to the right, the traffic is just absolutely horrendous. And it's not something somebody's just fooling around with on a busy Tuesday. This is the way it is all the time. And so when you put this many units so tightly packed together, and you come out and you're going to have to turn right because they won't give them a cut across the road. You're going to have to turn right. You're going to have to get across 2 lanes really fast. Then you got to slow very quickly to get into the turn lane. You're going to have to go uphill and turn back to the left. And I point this out because if you want to go to the hospital, this is what you're going to have to do. If you want to go to the mall, this is what you're going to have to do. If you want to go to I-75, this is what you're going to have to deal with. And it doesn't just apply just to coming and going from these RSL units. This doesn't even deal with how you're going to get back around to get into it. So it's going to create some very serious
Be
problems.
mindful of the clock in front of you, which is expired.
Thank you for hearing me. I really appreciate you listening, and I hope that you'll reduce the density here. We're really asking you to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, there's about a minute available to you if you choose. I'm gonna put you up front.
Thank you very much. I only want to address two issues. One was saying we should subtract 3 acres, which is the open space, from the net density calculations. Only 2 things that you subtract for density purposes are floodplain and wetlands. This certainly is not one of those. We're talking about the code. Secondly, in the code, RSL code, they were talking about it's not compatible with surrounding areas. The thing that allows you to reduce the density really is more topography and so forth than it is surrounding properties. You read that section dealing with densities, it doesn't talk about what's around it. And the reason being that this is, again, supposed to be a more dense, up to 5 units an acre. And for these people, what they're not mindful of, this really provides a buffer for them to Barrett Parkway. It could be something much more, you don't have buffers for R20, R15 homes, that's for sure. So,
Thank you, sir. Public hearing is now clear. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was some mention, I'm assuming, from stormwater, that, if you don't mind, keep you hopping up here.
Yes, sir. Dave
According
Braden,
to
Stormwater Management.
Yes. Okay. I'm assuming, as usual, and according to your comments, you've addressed these issues and they're sufficient.
Yes, actually, we actually have 2 permanent pool lakes downstream of this development. One across Barrett Parkway there in Everly Estates, and then the other one that was mentioned previously across Tuxedo, which is the 4-acre lake there to the that's it, right there to the southeast. And we'll be asking for hydrologic consideration for both of those, as well as pre and post development similar surveys for both of those as well.
So you're satisfied with this as well from your point of view, correct?
I believe so, with the revised plan, anyway.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
And I guess James, DOT, please.
Good afternoon, I'm Jane Strickland with DOT.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's mention that there's plans to widen Barrett Parkway to 6 lanes. Are you familiar with when that is or scheduled, or I don't remember? I didn't.
I'm not aware of a plan to widen Barrett Parkway.
Neither was I. I just thought I missed it because everyone keeps saying it is. We don't have that on the next SPLOST or anything like that.
It's not a Tier 1 project for the next SPLOST.
Okay, which is 2016.
2016.
And as far as DOT, there's just be a right in, right out here.
Yes, sir.
And the berm, as it's set up, with buffers and everything, which is sufficient within the right of way, that you don't have any issues with that.
As long as it doesn't block sight distance. We're okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Hi, Jane. There was a picture of the median cut where people had to make a U-turn or median break. Can you speak to that? Because
There's some question about the safety of people making a U-turn to come out of this site to go left.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to the concerns that were shared about it being too busy or perhaps an unsafe turn for people to make?
The pictures that were shown were at rush hour. The signals should provide some gaps to mean that there would be a space there to where a U-turn could be made.
Is there a shoulder where people can make a U, or they turn
Yes.
right into the traffic? That couldn't tell from the picture.
Well, there's extra pavement
That's
so that when they make the U-turn, that there is that width, so they don't have to drive over the curb or anything like that.
okay. Where's the closest traffic light to me?
It would be, I think, at Burnt Hickory.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate, and I've spoken to some of the neighbors and read letters and emails and et cetera. And one of the things that keeps coming up, and this is my third RSL, I believe, in my district in the first 5 months. One of the things that keeps coming up is density, and I believe that even though the code allows up to 5 units per acre as far as density in RSL, we've held that down in various places, trying to keep the look and feel of the area around it. But the issue is density, again, versus intensity. I think that this is age restricted, and the travel times and the times that come and go are different than it is if it was an R20 subdivision, an R30 subdivision. So I don't think that RSL has proven to have the intensity that goes along with the density that is provided for that. And I think that obviously there must be a very big need for this in our area in Cobb County, because they continue to be built and they continue to be sold. So unless there are any other questions, sir.
Go ahead, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Z34, subject to letter stipulations from Kevin Moore dated May 14, 2015, including the revised historical preservation comments dated 5/13/15, with one exception. I believe item 4 states costs be deducted from item 6, as noted in the above stip letter.
Commissioner Weatherford, I think a letter from John Moore.
Pardon me?
The letter's from John Moore, not Kevin Moore.
I apologize.
Apologize to Kevin.
It was a Moore anyway.
It's a Moore.
Okay, I appreciate that. And
So what was that last statement?
basically, the letter from Historic Preservation said that they make a contribution of $12,000 to the fund, and my proposal is they deduct the cost associated with the bronze plaque and the fencing that goes around it, since they're preserving something apparently we didn't know was there. And that is the intent of the fund, is to preserve these when we find them, and they're already doing that, so I don't think they need to be burdened with extra costs for that.
Okay. So, are you finished?
I was going to say, in all staff comments not otherwise in conflict with above referenced stipulation letter.
Okay.
And any and all stipulation revisions must be approved by the district commissioner or its staff president.
Just for clarity, when you say you're going to rezone it, you're going to rezone it to the RSL category?
Correct, RSL.
Non-supportive?
Non-supportive.
Okay.
3.5.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I have one question.
Sure. Earthworks.
historic preservation area, or is it the whole property?
Mr. Moore, why do you sit back there? Sit up here next to Millie. For you.
Sit up there, John.
The only fence, we're using landscaping because we're doing natural buffers and enhanced, meaning we, put additional plantings where there are none. And so the fences, Ms. Moore was referring to, her property actually backs up to the detention area that's shown up in the upper western portion. And it'll be fenced anyway because the detention's fenced. So she'll have a fence all across her board with us.
Any other questions? Yes.
I did for the attorney.
Lean in.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm getting too relaxed up here. The buffer, is there going to be an additional buffer to the area beyond the original vegetation? Is there an added buffer?
Yeah, we didn't add additional buffer. What we did was add additional setbacks.
Okay.
We went from a 20-foot setback to a 40-foot setback along Tuxedo. Yeah, I'll point that out. You see what that is.
Okay, I see what Tuxedo is.
It was originally 20 setback and buffer along Tuxedo right here.
Okay.
And we went to 40 feet, 20 feet of which is a buffer. And then we went to 40 feet along Barrett Parkway to set the whole thing back and put a berm. But the buffer goes all the way around, all the whole outside.
How mature is the vegetation around there? How much?
It's fairly mature.
Okay. Even in the wintertime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're going to have some where you have a canopy that's drawn up, the trees are mature, but we may have to put some under canopy.
Okay.
Vegetation as a screen.
Yeah.
But the setbacks are 30 feet around the outside with a 20-foot buffer.
Also. Okay.
Any other questions? We have a motion and proper second. Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Case 35, please.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z35, Pinnacle Homes of the South, LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to R20 OC for the purpose of a single-family subdivision in land lot 152 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Old Stroudsboro Road, west of Cheatham Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z35? Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z35? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Mr. Moore, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just for the record, again, my name is John Moore, and I'm here representing Pinnacle Homes with regard to this zoning application, which is the R20 OSC, and putting the site plan up right now. We met with the opposition this past week, Mr. Bailey's home, and obviously they were pleased with what we had to say, so they're not here today. But what we're proposing is a 31-lot subdivision. The area in blue that you see is the lake itself, which is 3.24 acres in size. And one of the primary concerns is the dam that's on the right-hand side of what you see needs to be repaired. And we agreed, obviously, to repair that as part of our stipulations. But 45%, over 10 acres of this tract is in open space, 45% of the tract. This is a density of 1.7 units per acre, deducting off the lake area and any wetlands and floodplain, which is less than what the normal R20 is. And in fact, we're adjacent to Cheatham Lakes subdivision, which is at 1.5 plus. And there's another R20 OSC in the same area that's at 1.76. And we're adjacent to Paulding County, and the subdivision next to us in there is over 2 units per acre. At one time, this was placed in RR category because there was no sewer available. There is now sewer available. There's an elementary school directly across the street. And all of this is served by sewer. And so we think this is appropriate. Every single zoning in the area violates the land use plan as it currently is structured, and all the new developments violate that. It was formerly BLDR, very low density residential, which is up to 2 units an acre, and all of the developments comply with that designation. So we're asking that you rezone this property to R20 OSC pursuant to the stipulation letter that we submitted, and happy to answer any questions you might have. I'm giving you the shorter version. There's no opposition.
Thank you. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commend the applicant and developer for working with planning and zoning and myself to reduce this and the OSC and preserving the lake and making it an amenity for this particular development. There were some issues early on with traffic and the elementary school directly across the street, and the developer and our DOT had worked with the school board, and I personally met with some of them school system to relocate and to change where the entrance to subdivision is to help mitigate some traffic issues with that school. So having said that, I believe that they have done and requested what we have asked, and that in actuality the density is less than what could be put there as a R20 as well. So with that, I would like to make a motion to rezone zoning Z35 from R30 to R20 OSC, subject to letter of stipulations from John Moore, dated April 29, 2015, and all staff comments not otherwise in conflict with the above reference stipulation letter. Any and all stipulation revisions must be approved by district commissioner and or staff designee.
Okay, I'm going to ask Planning Commission some revisions to the stipulation letter dated April 29. I don't have a later, April 29, the latest stipulation. So my question to you, Commissioner, is your motion also includes Planning Commission comments and recommendations?
It does, sir.
Okay. The motion is second. Any comments or questions? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Takes us to LUP 11.
LUP 11, Jose Aresti requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing more vehicles than the county code permits in land lot 1149 of the 19th district. The property is located on the southeasterly side of Lafayette Drive, across from Concord Ridge Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 11? That director shows one person opposed. All those, 3 people? Okay, let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
Who clears the board now, Dave? Thank you. So where's the applicant? Come on up, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please, and what you're asking for, please?
Yes, my name is Jose Uresti. I live in Lafayette Drive, 1181. I just do an application because I've been having a lot of problems with the cars. You know, I have 8 cars, so I got a garage, 2-car garage, but I use it as a storage. So I think by the law, I'm allowed to have 7 cars, but I know in the last hearing we have, in the first one, they say I can have only 3 outside. So that's why, you know, I was trying to pull out this permit.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Could have a seat, please. Opposition, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Appreciate you taking time to hear the opposition to LUP 11. My name is Phil Orr. I live in the Concord Ridge subdivision. I've been a resident there for 26 years now. The picture we have up there right now, the visual we have up there is in the yellow is the Orestes property, and what you see in red represent the people that have signed a petition. And I sent each of you that information in email here a couple of weeks ago, so hopefully you have that. If not, I can get that to you. But everything you see up there in red are people that are in opposition to LUP 11. The application shows that the reason for this application is because there's been several violations over the years, and this has been going on for several years. Most of the problems have been, as you can see here, at Lafayette Drive and Concord Ridge there, just there by the yellow, that's at an intersection. So there's a lot of times there are vehicles parked in that intersection. We don't have any sidewalks in this subdivision. So anytime that there are vehicles parked in that's the same truck there parked 2 different days. The driveway is off to the right there. You see the white, looks like a white truck over there. There's one on another day parked in front of the residence there as well. So this goes on and on and on. Here's a vehicle with a load of it looks like hay or sod or something on the back of it. Makes it very difficult to go through the subdivision. If I back up here just a couple, that's the main entrance to our subdivision, so it makes it very difficult to get through there. Just the other day, after these pictures were taken, well, actually, it was after these are pictures that were taken after the Planning Commission meeting on 5/5, where they were asked not to park in the intersection, not to park in the easement, in the right-of-way. There you can see a pickup truck parked in the intersection and one in the right-of-way. But right after these were taken after that, after the Planning Commission meeting. Once again, over here, there's a red pickup truck parked over there, not quite in the intersection, but real close to it. There's room in the driveway to park, yet they choose to park out on the street, and that causes issues. Once again, just another representation of the intersection, another truck parked in the intersection, and it appears in this picture that there is room in the driveway for someone to park there, yet they choose not to utilize the driveway. Same thing here. Once again, there's 2 vehicles out there in the street, one off to the right side, the black vehicle, and then the red vehicle, once again, that is there quite often. And this is the last one of the picture in the somebody in the intersection. Hardly anybody in the driveway in this one, yet once again they choose to park out there. Shortly after these pictures were taken, there was some kind of an emergency in the neighborhood. I didn't get a chance to take the pictures of it because I wasn't there, but there was Cobb County law enforcement, a tow truck, a fire truck, had that whole parking, or the intersection jammed primarily because of these vehicles parked in the intersection. They couldn't get through. This is also a bus stop, right where the picture is taken from. That is a bus stop for elementary school. When there are people parked in that intersection, makes it difficult for the buses to get through there as well. So, but there's a lot of children that play in the street. The big problem here is a safety issue, not only with kids walking to and from school, but you'll come around the corner to turn either to go straight on Lafayette or to turn left on Concord Ridge Drive. And there'll be kids running in and out between the vehicles, sometimes at night, and it's a safety issue as well. So, once again, I mentioned there aren't any sidewalks. This is the main, like I said, the main entrance to our subdivision. So it's very difficult to get in and out of there. From time to time, there's a congregation of folks in that intersection. I don't know if it was previous business folks doing business at that residence, but if I had kids still wanting to wait at that, wait there for school buses in the morning, and there's day workers or whatever, they're congregating at that corner, I'd be a little bit nervous of having folks there that I'm not familiar with. So these are some of the issues. The biggest thing is the access. The next thing is the biggest thing is the safety, and then the access for emergency vehicles to get through and school buses to get through. And that is an intersection. We have asked, a couple years ago, inquired with DOT to see if we could get no parking signs put up there, but we were told we'd have to get the majority of the folks to sign a petition to do that. So as you can see, that is an intersection, but there are no parking signs there, which would maybe help. But being that this has been going on for years and years and years, I just figure that this is going to keep going on, whether or not they are given the opportunity to have more cars there when they cannot park in their own driveway, even with the way the situation is now. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rollins. A great event Saturday.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming,
Absolutely.
both you and Commissioner Cupid. My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the Vice President of the Mableton Improvement Coalition and proud organizer of Mableton Day, which is the reference we're making. I'm here today to talk about this land use permit, and I appreciate Mr. Orr and his neighbors giving it good thought as they reacted to it as well. As you see by the letter that I've sent you previously, the Mableton Improvement Coalition has voted to oppose this land use permit based on the specifics of this case, and also based on the basic presumption that homeowners, property owners in platted residential subdivisions have a reason to expect that their neighbors will not be parking 8 vehicles next door or down the street. It is truly a safety issue in this particular case, but it's also a matter of the appearance of the neighborhood and the ensuing property values of the neighborhood. This particular situation has had code enforcement complaints back to 2003, during which this has been Mr. Oresti's property. The code enforcement notes that I attached to my letter, which have 23 or 4 entries, are only the most recent code enforcement complaint, not the total of the code enforcement complaints. It seems pretty incredible that even after all these many visits from code enforcement and the lengthy discussion of the Planning Commission hearing 2 weeks ago, that the parking in the street continues. Although parking in the street is part of the issue, the underlying issue simply is that 8 cars at a single-family property in a platted subdivision is not good for that neighborhood, not good for the community, and sets a bad precedent for other people who might have an extra vehicle or 2, which grows to 3 or 4, which grows to 5 or 6, and then easily becomes honestly the epidemic that we have all over Mableton. So we would urge you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other speakers? Public hearing is closed. Commissioner Cupid, would you lead our conversation?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Before I address the applicant with some questions, I would like to direct a question to staff and trying to understand the technical requirements for this property. I'm looking at the application and zoning comments. It provides that 3 vehicles are allowed to be parked outside of a garage or carport.
That is correct.
Okay. The second sentence provides that the square footage of the home, however, provides for 7 vehicles to be on the property.
That's correct. The way we figure the number of cars on the property is divide the house size by 390 square feet, and that equals 7 cars. Only 3 could be outside, so 4 have to be in the garage.
Okay. The applicant provided that he has a 2-car garage. So is he limited by the square footage of the home, or is he limited by the code that provides how many cars can be parked outside?
He's limited because he does not have enough garage space is what it is.
So is he limited to the 5 or limited to the 7?
He can have 7 as long as 4 are kept inside a garage.
So if he has a 2-car garage, though, where is he going to put 2 other vehicles in a garage?
he's gonna have to either build onto his house or remove 2 cars, or the board can approve some type of conditions for this property.
Is there flexibility for the applicant to be able to build on without violating any other code, perhaps with respect to impervious surface?
There definitely is room to build on.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about impervious surface too much because the lot's so deep.
Okay.
The floodplain comes right up to the back of the house, so I'm not sure how much more you can really build
From a
going towards the
topography.
back.
Okay. I can't tell the topography from looking at this map. Is that something that?
Well, at the street, it's high, and as you go into the property, it gets lower and lower and lower.
Oh, that's steep. That's a steep drop. I noticed though, this driveway looks fairly long. I'm seeing 3 cars parked in the front. Are there vehicles that are ever parked fully on this? But he's still only allowed for 3 unless you were to build, I mean, perhaps you could build on the back of that porch.
There's probably room back there to put a garage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if I can direct some questions to the applicant at this time, Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you amenable to building an additional carport or garage to put any of your vehicles in?
Yes, actually, the last time, I mean, the other day when we come to the first hearing, this is what I was asking to the other commissioners.
Mhm.
And matter of fact, I talked today about force and coin force, and she was like, "Yeah, just brought that out and see if it's possible, because I got plenty land in the back that I can build garage."
Okay.
And that driveway, you know, I'll build that driveway. I can fit 12 cars on that, on that
Mhm.
driveway.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not planning to have 12 cars like my neighbors say, but
Okay.
I mean, I got plenty of room for, like I say, I mean, I can build a garage in the back if
Okay.
it's there.
If you were to build a car or garage, how many vehicles can fit? I'm not a builder by any means, but I'm looking at this driveway and I'm seeing that it provides room for 1 vehicle
Uh-huh.
to actually, I guess, without having to stack one behind the other. How many vehicles could you fit in a garage or a carport, technically?
On the one I have right now,
Yes, on the one you
I
have.
can fit 2 in there.
2 in there?
Yeah, I just using that for storage right now, but I can get rid of all the stuff that I got there and put
Yeah.
2 in there. But I mean, I still got the problem because I'm allowed to have only 3 outside.
Yes, exactly. So if you used your existing garage, that's 2.
Yeah,
If
they
you were
let
to
me steal 5.
add additional garage that
Mhm.
has 2, that's 4. Then if you had 3 outside, that can get you to 7.
Mhm.
I'm hearing that your request is for 8, but the code is not going to provide for the 8th car.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I just put that, you know, because there was an option that they gave me, you know, when I got the 24 people come in. So they were like, well, just submit the application and see what happens. So that's why
Okay.
I submitted.
Okay, tell me a little bit about the cars that are on your property. Who are they being used by?
I got 9 kids, and 3 of them started drive. 3 of them drive, my wife and me, and you know we always keep extra car.
All your children are driving.
Yes.
Okay, God is good because you look like you have 9 on driving age. So
Yeah,
you've
and
been
I
blessed.
mean, you know, we are a little bit different, you know.
3 drive.
3 drive. Oh, 3 drive. So
3 drive right now, yes.
3 drive. Okay. So
Then my wife and me.
okay. Okay, and then the other vehicles, they belong to you
Yes.
and your wife. Okay. Are you operating a business from your home?
I used to have a framing company, so I have to close it there because I had, you know, a lot of problems with it. So I closed that company.
Okay.
So right now I'm doing like little of like lawn maintenance,
Mhm.
but I got like probably about 7 houses that I'm cut yards on the
Okay.
weekends, like you know, like everybody else do it.
Where are you keeping those vehicles that you use for your
I
lawn
keep.
service?
I mean, that's the truck that I drive every day.
Okay, because there were some pictures of a vehicle that looked like it's used for lawn service.
It was.
Is that being parked outside?
Yeah, it was a trailer that I had. I have another property in South Carolina, and I have that day when he got that picture, I was taking that hay to South Carolina.
So somebody dropped that off.
Yeah, I was parking there just to ready to leave. But like I said, I mean, I understand all the problems, but looks like my neighbor doesn't like me at all. Because I mean, every picture he shows, I mean, it looks like he just looking at me. He just watching me. The other day I was, when you see the two trucks there, the Excursion and the white truck, I was cleaning my driveway. So, I mean, when you have people like that, I mean, if you're going to be looking for me, you're going to find me, right?
Well, I can say this. Code enforcement has also found you too, because, I mean, there are multiple violations that have been listed for the property since 2003. And, there are a number of residents who have signed on stating that they oppose the request because of things that they've observed on the property. So it gives the appearance that that there are ongoing things that are bringing you to the attention of code enforcement.
Yes.
And if I look at this history, I don't know if they're all vehicle related. But sticking to the matter at hand, what I would like to do is get you to be in comportment with our code.
Okay.
So at a maximum of 7 vehicles and looking at you to build a carport, and then we're looking at finding another location for the one vehicle. Okay?
I can get rid of one.
You can get rid of one, no
Yeah.
problem?
If I can have the 7,
You can have the, okay.
I can get rid of the other one.
How soon could you address building on a carport or garage?
How long you gonna give me?
We're negotiating that right now. I'm
that's expensive.
reasonable.
That's expensive to do it.
What qualifies as a carport or a garage? Is it just
It's going to have to be a garage for this case.
for garage?
In this case, it's gonna have to be a garage with doors and everything.
That's right.
Okay. Well, I need at least 6 months to do that because that's a big spend.
The community's been dealing with this issue for multiple years, so I'm sure they'd be glad to see some improvement, even if it wasn't 6 months compared to what they've been having to experience for a number of years. So you say at least 6 months. Let me think that through. Before I continue with you, I'd like to ask some questions of our staff, and then I may ask you some more
All right,
questions.
thanks.
Just a minute, sir. Commissioner
I'm
Burrow has
sorry.
a question.
Is that okay if I ask?
Please,
Go
go
ahead.
right ahead before.
Turn your mic on. Cindy.
Sir, on your application, you have the number of related adults as 4.
Uh-huh.
Are you and your wife, are 2 of the kids considered adult?
Yes,
age?
I got 21 and I got 20-year girl. I got 17, I got 16, 15, 14.
So
So
if
they are
they're-
considered adults.
you said you and your wife and 3 of your children drive.
Yes,
So that would be 5
Yes.
if each one had a vehicle.
yes.
Well,
And the other vehicles are
We just-
extra cars or
Yes,
trucks? or-
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, DOT, I have some questions, or I don't know if this is for anybody from community development.
Hi, Jane Strickland with DOT.
Thank you, Jane. Do we have any code against parking in the street, or are there restrictions against parking near an intersection? Because, I mean, this house is right there at the intersection.
I don't think we do, to be
Okay.
honest.
DOT might not.
Public
Yes,
safety,
Mr.
yeah,
Hozak?
Enforcement issue, maybe.
Yeah, if you can. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Rob Hosack, Community Development. Commissioner Cupid, actually, that's going to be a PD issue, i.e. OCGA, rules of the road. In general, I think that you're not supposed to park in a street like that. I think our PD uses a lot of good judgment in the events of parties. and they'll make sure that there's not an obstruction to the vehicular traffic that travels along the road. But there have been occasions where it has become a problem in a neighborhood, and PD's been very cooperative. Ultimately, I think they can direct the owner of the vehicle to remove the vehicle or perhaps even have it towed if the owner of the vehicle is unresponsive, ma'am.
Okay, I have another question for
Yes,
you, but I
ma'am.
just want to piggyback on that with our legal team. Are you aware of any code that limits their parking? I mean, can we limit them from parking in the street because of their proximity to the intersection? Oh, okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And another question I have for you, he's looking to build a garage. From looking at this site, you know, I'm curious to know, would he violate any code with respect to setbacks, or could you see him falling in within county code to build a garage back here?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so. I'm not sure where the gentleman's garage is in the way I'm looking at it, Commissioner, where the little hand is right now.
Yes,
If the garage is if the garage is over there right now, it may be a matter of simply kicking it out 7 or 8 feet going that way.
To put in 2 additional cars?
Yes, ma'am, and you could put them in, you wouldn't have to have them double wide, you could load them nose to front that way to avoid a setback issue, ma'am.
Okay,
Not
that's what I'm trying
not
to
knowing
understand.
how the house is spanned as far, I would suspect that would be the easiest way to accomplish that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just don't want to stipulate something that is just going to end up violating.
No, ma'am, I think another option, Commissioner Cupid, would be to go around that drive there, and you could attach it back where there's that little 90 degree, I'm sorry, Tim, that little 90-degree angle just to the left of the LUP designation there, going a little bit more left, Tim, the other way, buddy. Right in there, it might be a potential location to site a garage as well, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am.
But just, any plans would have to come to your office for plan review prior to any disturbance, right?
That's correct, sir. We would require a permit, Chairman, because I suspect it's going to have a roof, and normally anything that has a roof, regardless of how insignificant it is, we require a permit, sir.
I got one from my dog house.
Doghouse. Okay, so
Thank you.
as we consider a timeline, thank you for the question. As we consider a timeline for how long it would take for him to build it, what's the timeline for him submitting the permit? Or submitting for
Actually,
the
ma'am,
permit?
for something like this, Commissioner, we pride ourselves, if he came in one day, we'd have him walking out with a permit that same day. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay.
Depending on, as long as there weren't any issues that Mr. Braden and his staff would need to look at, I think as long as he doesn't get south of where his property is right now, he'd be fine to go without having to see stormwater management. So if it's just dealing with us, it would normally be done that same day, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay, what I'm trying to do is, I'm fine, I don't have any additional
yes,
questions.
ma'am.
Thank
Thank you.
you,
Okay.
appreciate that, Director. I don't have any additional questions, but I do want to get some feedback from Deborah and also craft some stipulations. So I'm going to ask if I can take like a 2-minute or 5-minute break so we can get
Sure.
this together. Thank you. And we'll come back.
So let's take a 5-minute break,
Thank you.
reconvene at 3:12. 3:12.
Okay. What's wrong?
I had to add 7 and 5. Good afternoon. We are back for LUP 11. We took a small break. Commissioner Cupid, you were you as requested a break to get some clarification, some issues. So if you'd continue to lead our conversation, please.
Thank you, I appreciate it, and I want to share with the community, thank you. Want to share with those members of the community, thank you for coming in today and documenting your concerns so that we can make sure that we provide some conditions that can remedy some of the issues we've had to deal with over the several years. I am making a motion to approve LUP 11, subject to the following conditions. A maximum of 7 vehicles allowed on the property pursuant to county code, restricting 4 vehicles to be parked within a garage with an additional garage of allowing for 2 vehicles to be added onto the property, subject to approval from community development staff within 60 days of approval of this petition or application, LUP 11, application, excuse me. The garage is to be built 6 months following approval of the application. If the additional, well, let me cross that off. This permit provides for 7 vehicles total on the property with a maximum of 3 vehicles outside, which provides that 4 of those 7 vehicles having to be kept in the garage. If the additional garage is not constructed within 6 months of today's application, any vehicles beyond the 3 that are permitted to be outside cannot be stored on the property. Is that okay?
I got you. We have to indicate it's an LUP and there's a time limit associated with it. This was an application for.
Okay, yes, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm not done with the stipulations, but
Okay.
I will include that because I didn't actually write that down. Thank you. Interesting, okay. Also want to add that no parking is permitted off-street due to the proximity to the intersection. All off-street parking is for temporary purpose. Oh, I'm sorry. On-street, excuse me, on-street. Okay, thank you. Any on-street parking is to be only for temporary purpose while actually engaged in loading and unloading property or passengers. No employees are allowed to convene on the site. This permit, due to the length of history of the site, this permit is to be for a period of 12 months, with the applicant having to come back in and renew that permit 12 months after today. And all other staff comments and recommendations not in conflict.
Okay, can I, Deborah, let me run something by you. The applications for an IUP for a permit for the request to have more than 3 cars parked on the sides. We're actually giving the applicant 6 months
Wait, yes.
to bring them into compliance, but yet the LUP is for a
So
year.
maybe there's no permit needed.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a good
he
question.
needs a permit for at least 6 months.
Okay, that's a good, thank you. So, yes, modifying the permit for 6 months. Thank you, appreciate that. And that's an aside, not for the clerk to record, because the expectation is that he's gonna comport with county code after that point and will not need a permit. And if he's unable to meet Okay, I thought I saw a question, which was a good question, because we're adding additional stipulations of no on-street parking. So does that only run for the length of the permit, or does that, so if it's for 6 months, then after the 6-month period, the applicant could park on the street?
As long as it's not interfering with the intersection, he can.
When he shouldn't be, because the cars will be in,
That's right.
okay. Okay, so again, clarifying, this permit is to be for 6 months. There is still the ongoing stipulation of not parking in the intersection, but I actually read the county code for that. Because your house is very close to your intersection, there's already an active ordinance which addresses parking in the intersection. But by state law, excuse me, not by county code. That's all that I have, unless there's additional.
I'll second it for the conversation, Commissioner Burrow.
Yeah, I had a question. 6 months from today until has the second garage built.
Yes.
And do the stipulations of what he's allowed, 7 cars, 3 outside, that can't start till the garage is built, correct?
He's given a permit, he's being allowed to park,
7 cars.
total of 7 cars, 5 parked outside, 2 inside, for a period of 6 months, at which point he has to have the garage completed, in which 4 will be inside, and only 3 would be allowed outside.
Summarize that.
So from today forward, only 5 outside, 2 inside.
Well.
Until the garage, got that?
Well, let's clarify.
You made the motion, I didn't, I'm just repeating what you said.
Well, in 6 months, I mentioned that he's to have the cars inside. I didn't specify about the 5 being inside from today. I know the applicant provided that the garage is currently filled. Again, in desiring to be reasonable, when can, if you don't mind, I'm sorry, coming back up here. Excuse me, Chairman, is it okay if I see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So the owner's task of finding space in the garage, how long is that going to take?
Remember, you got 4 adult kids and you, so it shouldn't take too long.
Yeah. They think I just throw them away?
Yes. Something needs to be thrown away.
All right. Can I have a month?
Touches.
Yes, I think that's reasonable. So we can provide, and you summarize it probably better than I can. I'm going to try, but to provide that within 30 days, this permit covers that after 30 days of today's approval, that you will be permitted to have 5 vehicles outside with 2 parked in the garage. And 6 months after today's approval, you will be allowed 3 cars to be parked outside and 4 cars being stored
Okay.
in the garage.
Okay, I got a question. I know you say after 12 months I need to come back and get permit again.
No, we're
Yeah,
striking
'cause-
that because once you meet all these requirements within 6 months, you'll actually.
I'm allowed to have the 7 cars, just the 3 outside and 4 inside, right?
Yes, per county code. So there'll be no need for a permit after that.
Oh, okay.
But understand, though, that not meeting these specific deadlines that we're sharing could have you being seen by code enforcement again.
Oh, okay.
So these deadlines are important.
Okay, let me ask you a question while we're here now. Like on the pictures that he shows, I got one. It's right in the not parking in the street, but I used to park those there because that's the only place I have shade. So
Okay.
will be a problem? I mean, I'm not saying to park it in there and leave it overnight, but like during the day.
The challenge I'm hearing is the parking that's taking place right at that intersection. Are you telling me that you're looking to park somewhere else, not at the intersection? Because the shade I'm seeing, and it might be just due to the
No, because I
camera.
like right in front of my property, I got a right in front of that tree. I don't know if you've seen that picture or no, but I got a room in there to park a car. That's what I do sometimes. You just put it in there in the shade during the day, especially that that
On
part
the
that
yard?
my wife.
You're talking
drive
about
with
on the
kids.
yard?
What's that?
Street.
On the street?
Not on the street, but in the yard.
In the yard?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Well,
don't-
you're supposed to be parked on a hardened surface.
Oh, okay.
So you would be violating county code to not be parked on the driveway.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yes, we're asking, I don't know, do I need to stipulate? I mean, that's per county code, you're supposed to be parked on the
You
hardened
don't
surface.
have to stipulate to
know.
it. If he parks in the grass and a complaint is made, he'll get a citation.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any other questions?
That's it.
Okay.
I just have a comment. Commissioner Cupid, with all due respect, I appreciate what you're trying to do to help this individual. I have had this request in my district, for additional cars for medical reasons, for caregivers, and based on code enforcement complaints and neighbor complaints, I can't support it.
Okay.
And
Maybe I don't know
don't
the
see the
history of that.
hardship.
I'm not, but he's not asking for hardship. And the thing that I think is unique about this case is that I don't think I've ever been involved in a case that's allowed for so many vehicles to be parked in a driveway and still meet code. But I think it's the size of his property that's permitting him to be able to do this. I don't see that, I don't see why a hardship is necessarily necessary. And I think a lot of it has to do with, these are his actual children. This is not an unrelated adult. So I don't know if that helps to differentiate from some of the other cases that we've heard.
Ask a question.
There are 5 people driving and
Either
7 cars.
address them, just make sure everybody can hear what you're
I
saying.
already asked that question.
Okay, Commissioner Weatherford.
Just a staff question, is a trailer considered a vehicle?
In this situation, it would not be considered a vehicle. It's just cars and trucks.
So the vehicle, the trailer that is
The
parked
trailer-
there is not considered a vehicle?
Trailer or jet skis or a boat, as long as it's parked behind the house, that's not considered a vehicle.
So the trailer that you see here is in compliance?
As long as it's parked on a hardened surface, it is.
Behind there, okay. And I'm not a well, actually, I'm a math major, but if, we said 3 driving children and 2, that's 5. I'm trying to understand where the 7 or 8 came from. Did you say you had 3 children driving? You have 3 children that are driving?
Yes.
And you and your wife, that's 5?
Yes.
And you have 8 now? 8 cars?
Yes.
And you need 8 or 7? I don't understand that.
I can get down
Unless
to
you're
7.
running a business or something.
No, I can get down to 7. I mean, that's not.
That's not what I asked
No,
you.
because my son he bought a car, and he's fixing it. I mean, like his toy, and I have a car the one he drives all the time.
I understand, but I'm
that's
still
why I say,
missing,
I can get rid of one, so it's not necessary to have. That's why.
It seems to me you need 5, unless I'm missing something. And, you had 8, now we're giving you 7.
Mm-hmm.
I have a son, he drives, we don't have extra ones. I wish I could, but we don't have an extra car. So you're telling me all of these are your vehicles, are not used in business?
Nah, not business.
But
Like
the
say,
trailer,
I
the
do-
trailer is used for business.
Say it again?
The trailer is used for business, correct?
That's what I do with the, like I said, like in the weekends I do my lawn maintenance, stuff like that.
So is your lawn mowing equipment stored in your garage?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes I keep it in the trailer, sometimes I put it in I got a little shed.
All right, let me try to bring this back. Since the motion before us is to give you the ability to park 5 cars outside, beginning today. Actually, give you 7 cars outside, beginning today. 30 days to clean out your garage, in which you'll push 2 into there, which would then mean 5 cars outside, up through 6 months, in which case you'd put 4 cars in the garage and you'd only have 3 outside.
Yes.
Period. No parking on the street. It's illegal, it's against the law, it makes no sense, it's unsafe. No parking in the street, except for loading and unloading of goods or loading or unloading of passengers. No shade tree parking, no anything like that. That's the motion.
Okay.
You don't meet those deadlines, you're gonna have problems. Code enforcement comes out for anything else, you're gonna have issues. The commissioner has been very, 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 very lenient with you in this regard, and I hope you appreciate what she's doing for you on your behalf. Because there's 3 of us up here that disagree with her. But I'm gonna support her because she's working hard to make it happen. Okay? Don't take advantage of us.
I'm not.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other comments? Yes,
I have one
ma'am.
other comment, I'm sorry. Commissioner Cupid, are you going to have, in 6 months, have code enforcement verify that he's in compliance?
We can add that as a.
If that is added, I will support it.
Okay, we can add that stipulation to have code enforcement.
Okay, and I second that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Staff okay? City council, everybody's call a question. Motion carries 4-0. Please sit down. LUP 14.
Yes, sir. LEP 14, Brandy Hips, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a hair salon in land lots 1246 and 1271 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Sammy Drive, north of Ruth Lane, and south of Norma Lane. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 14? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Okay, so all 3 of you have been sworn in.
We're holding support.
Pardon me?
We're on support. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but you all 3 have been sworn in.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so we'll need all 3 of your names.
My name is Brandy Hips.
Lori Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's my name up there, and it's my mother's property. And
Great.
we are in hopes to get a land use permit renewed for our hair salon that has been, we've been getting it, or she's been getting it renewed since 1990. And so we're here to get that renewed again. The last time, I think they felt it was too commercial for us to get renewed. So since that time, I have put my application in at some other salons and have looking to move my business from that space so that she can get hers renewed, so that it's a small enough business so that it can operate out of a home.
Okay, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. Mom?
Yes, I also, because I wanted to check with the neighbors, so I went around the neighborhood, I got a petition and got signatures and had very good support from my neighbors.
Great. Can you
So,
give that to the clerk?
I can.
You have anything else you guys like to add?
We don't park cars on the side or in the road. We have a specific driveway for that, and we're gonna continue to do it that way, of course. It's very quiet. I mean, we don't have like ton of people coming in and out. We're actually downsizing. So, I'll be down to probably 2 to 3 clients a day.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for them while they're up here, Commissioner Cupid? Anybody?
So what you're requesting now is changed from the original application of the 8 clients a day?
Yeah,
Okay, and you still want 24 months?
yes.
Okay, well, okay.
Commissioner Cupid. Thank you, ladies. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate speaking with you by phone, Ms. Hurd. Yes, yesterday I actually went to the site and went around to talk to some neighbors, was actually able to get a hold of the one right across the street. I wanted to understand what type of impact the operation was having in the neighborhood, because certainly there were some concerns shared at the Planning Commission about the site operating as a business and the concerns that you would have nearby. Prior to going out to your community, I sat with a group of residents also in the Powder Springs and Austell area, and we spoke about this case at length. And several of them stated, because of the length of time that you've been in operation, that they will be supportive as long as you weren't intrusive to the community. And the neighbor across the street actually confirmed that you were not. He stated that, you know, you barely know you're there. When I went out there, you have ample driveway. There's a driveway in front, and then there's a driveway at the side of the house. And he stated the most that he's ever seen on site was 3 cars. Right. And that, and you shared when I spoke to you on the phone, and it was in line with what the neighbor across the street stated, is that the customers will park in the second garage or the second driveway that leads down to the first floor garage. Right. And so he said he didn't have any problem with it, which was important to me. So I feel very comfortable, again, in light of his feedback, in light of you getting the signatures from several people that live in the area and the length of time that you've been in business, I feel comfortable making a motion to approve this permit today.
Second.
So the motion is for the land use permit renewal for a period of 24
Yes.
months.
Yeah.
The maximum of how many clients per day?
I don't want to stipulate that. I know you said 3 here, that the request was for 40. I feel that however the way you've been operating has not been intrusive, and I just don't see anything for me to limit that number. Is that required for me to do that, or
Well,
is that suggested?
I would give some parameters,
Okay.
hours of the day, number of weeks, just so that
Okay.
everyone knows.
Well,
under
I'm
what-
going to follow what you put in your application.
Okay.
Your daughter lives on site, right? Yep. So I'm making a motion to approve land use permit 14, providing for no additional employees to be on site, for the days of operation to be from Tuesday through Saturday, for the hours of operation to be from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., providing for a maximum of 8 customers per day, 40 per week, where clients, customers, or employees are to park in the driveway and not on the street. No signs permitted. No additional work-related vehicles on site. 1 delivery allowed per week to the site. Let's see, no outdoor storage. Length of time for 24 months. And all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Is there a second? Multiple seconds, call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Takes us to other business. We have 1 item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is John Peterson. I work for the Cobb County Zoning Office. Item number 24 is to consider amending the zoning stipulations for Mr. John Gaskin regarding rezoning application Z54 of 2012. The property is located at the southeast intersection of Macklin Road and Bankstone Drive and land lots 471, 472, 491, and 492 of the 19th District. By way of background, the subject property was rezoned R15 OC for subdivision in 2012. One of the conditions approved by the Board of Commissioners deleted board and batten as one of the approved exterior materials. The applicant has submitted proposed exteriors of the houses, and some of the houses do have board and batten on the fronts, and those are attached for your review. All other conditions would remain in effect if this is approved. We would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Thank you. Is anyone here wishing to speak for or against other business item number 1? Would you please come forward?
For the record, my name is John Gaskin. Excuse me, I'm here on behalf of PMC Ballantree Homes. We're the builder of record in Cambridge Preserve. This community was originally rezoned back in 2012 by a company called Ballantree Homes. 2014, the PMC component, PMC Ballantree, formed a joint venture, which was last year about this time. And at that time, PMC Ballantree was a new entity, and they decided to design a new line of housing products, and they hired a company out of, an architectural firm out of Florida, looked at the different product lines and looked at trends and so forth in architectural styles, and had come to the conclusion, selling homes is a lot like selling cars. Trends change very rapidly and so forth. So the architects suggested that we add a board and batten accent on some of the exteriors to the homes. They designed 14 different footprints, or elevations rather, and only 5 of them contain that accent of board and batten. Realizing that the 2012 zoning did not allow board and batten, the architects and the building company have asked that we come back and ask that we re-request that we be allowed to add board and batten accent, but we've since modified our request somewhat, and we had limited it based on some comments and some feedback we had received. And so our specific request is to allow up to a maximum of 50% board and batten accent on the front and side elevation of the homes. This request is not intended to cut costs, make the homes any less expensive. The 5 homes that we have under construction right now, the housing price starts at around $320 and runs to about $350. So these are not inexpensive homes. And again, it's not a question to cut the cost. It's more of an aesthetic concern and something that is more reflective of the changes in the architectural style.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers?
Yeah, there's another.
Please.
My name is Luther Eugene Heiss. I go by Gene. I live at 2433 Bankstone Drive, which is a property very close to this property. I've lived there 76 of my 79 years. And I speak today on behalf of myself and also of Mr. Alan Anderson, whose property is on Bankstone, immediately adjacent to the south side of this property, and who is not here because he had a heart doctor appointment and could not be here. And also I speak on behalf of Mr. David Roach, who is the president and CEO of West Cobb Funeral Home, whose property is located on the north side of Macklin Road, diagonally across from the development. Also for Mr. Larry and Miss Kathy Millwood, owners of property which is directly across Macklin Road from this property. And my request is 2-part. We request the postponement of the deliberation and decision on this matter, which will give us an opportunity to meet with the developer, the architect, the builders, and even with representatives of the zoning board if need be, to see if we can come to a conclusion that makes everyone happy, because at this point we do not feel that we have quite sufficient information to exactly what the proposal is. 50%, where, how, what is questions. So we ask for a postponement on that. Another issue, we learned this past week that there is grading going on in the southwest corner of this property, which was stated to be left natural, and now it appears there's being something cut through there. Contact was made with one of the guys on the machine. He said it's going to be a walking trail. Well, if there's going to be a walking trail, I don't think anybody would feel safe walking in there, because it's if we put a walking trail there, it's asking for activity that we as neighbors do not want, and I don't even think the folks that are going to be living in this subdivision would want, because it's very isolated back in there. So we ask that this be postponed and allow us time as neighbors, and specifically these folks whose names I've mentioned, to get with the other parties concerned and see if we can come to an agreement that everybody's satisfied with.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other speakers? You may have a seat, sir. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. John, what is staff's recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, based on the comments we just heard, does the board want to consider holding it first, or do you want to?
I'd like to know what staff's recommendation is.
Mr. Chairman, staff would recommend the board approve the request to allow board and batten also on the exteriors of the houses.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid,
Yes.
you've got a couple of requests in front of you.
Okay. In light of the feedback we heard, and I've also received some calls yesterday with respect to this, I would like to hold it if the applicant is amenable to that. If we hold this for 30 days for the community to have opportunity to speak with the applicant, and for us to be able to review plans that show what 50% of board and batten on the front and sides would actually look like.
Mr. Gaskin, is it okay? Thank you, sir. Okay. Would you make that in the form of a motion?
Yes. So I move that we hold this case for 30 days and to bring it back before the board at our June zoning hearing.
Thank you. I'll second that motion. Any other comments? Before we vote, what?
May I have a question?
Oh, sure, why not?
Well, sure, why not? I'm just, what is the problem with board and batten? Why was it deleted, or does staff have?
Exactly.
It was deleted when the property was rezoning in 2012, Commissioner Weatherford, and I'm not exactly sure why it was deleted out at that point in time.
And I only asked because my house has it on it and I'm worried.
You should be. You should be. Be very afraid.
Thank
you. Your question?
I was gonna ask what the total number of homes are in the, that were approved.
118 homes.
Okay.
So we have a motion before us to hold this for 30 days for future consideration while Commissioner Weatherford finds out what board and batten is and what it isn't.
I know what it is. Excuse me.
But, I mean, yes, the motion's out there, but to be specific, there is no video of this on the website from 2012. But when I reviewed it, there were some specific hardened materials that were listed for this property, but board and batten was specifically struck out of it. So it was like it was proposed, and then it's actually X'd out in the application, and it's hard to.
And that was Commissioner Thompson at that point in time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have a motion.
Yeah,
we have
I'd like
a
to maintain
second.
that, yes.
I'd like for staff to also to look into the comment about the trails and just make sure it's in compliance.
Thank you.
Any other question? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Is that it, Mr. Peterson?
That completes the agenda, Mr.
We are adjourned.